Morning, guys. How you doing? I'm still getting a little bit ready, prep behind the scenes. But I just wanted to pull up the screen and start up the stream. I hope you guys are doing well. The timing is kind of like really like I just got back like I don't know 20 minutes ago from dropping off the baby, so I'm just a few more minutes and I'll be fully ready. But today should be verdict watch and muted. Get the studio pulled up. Hope you guys are doing all right and in good health. I think they should have a verdict by today. I don't think. I mean, they have the whole day. They're starting fresh today. Once they start to, we're gonna do the countdown as well. Let me just check on the stream settings here, make sure we're good to go. Okay. Purple. I'm literally in a towel right now. I go through like this whole thing like today because I haven't been working out as much as I'd like to, and that's what really puts me in a good mood. So like I literally just ran. But once I got back for like 5 minutes, like I ran outside a little bit and ran up and down the stairs, and then just jumped and like took a little shower because I know the possibility that we're probably gonna be here for probably a few hours. I mean, what do you get? Well, when I come back to, we'll. Good morning, Manny. Thank you for the super chat. Good morning. Hold aboard. Thank you for the text too this morning. Is it Timothy's box day? Yeah. We'll once they start the verdict stuff, I don't know. We'll figure out things to talk about. I have some emails about things we can probably get into. Oh, there was body language expert. Body language analysis. We could watch that later too. Benny Politan. A lot of different topics. Your kids not at school. Oh, we got a time difference, I guess, right? Today's culture day in the school. They give us like a 1 day notice. I don't know. I guess I'm supposed to know that. It's culture day today. I'm not abiding by the culture day rules. Culture day. Maddie's mother was like, "Oh, do you have anything for like I don't know, like the flag colors?" I was like, "No." Her uniform or shirt. I can't even talk. Shorts and a shirt or a dress. Like that's it. It's culture day crap. Um, And then they have some fake pumpkin day thing coming up too, where you're not allowed. They want you to decorate a pumpkin, but you can't bring in a real pumpkin, so you have to have a fake pumpkin because the pumpkin's rotten and stuff. There's like it's a full page of details, and so you have to theme it based on a book. I guess like their favorite book, and so you get a fake pumpkin. I don't know, like I'm assuming a plastic pumpkin, and then you decorate it, glue it, whatever. I don't know. That's coming up too, and then the walkathon's coming up, and you're supposed to try to raise all the. I'm just gonna donate the shit to. Oh, let me not no cursing early. I'm just gonna donate the funds myself. I'm gonna sign up. I gotta do it today probably. Sign up to the website and just send the donation myself. There you go, boom. And then they sent me something else, some other day coming up. I don't even know some other every 2 days is something. Oh, PTA meeting. I was like, yeah, I'm not going to that. TT Cross said 8:33 a.m. Kids got on the bus. 8:05 now laying in the heated blanket. Good morning. Good morning. What's up, guys? We're just waiting. So I'm going to be back in about 2 minutes. Let me just finish real quick. Okay. All right, guys, what's up? Let's see what we got going on. If I can get myself on the screen. What the heck? Yeah. Come on, baby.
All rise. Court is in
Oh, they're coming
session.
back.
The Honorable Judge Howard Coates presiding.
All right, good morning, everyone. You may be seated. Are we all set up on Zoom, Mark?
I thought he was going to do that. Want me to do it?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, nice. Thank you, Cheesy. Trying to get this camera on. I don't know what's going on. Oh, that works. What the heck?
All right, good morning. We're back in session on State versus Ferriter. Let me have appearances, please.
On behalf of the state, Brianna Coakley.
On behalf of the state, Karen Black. On behalf of the defense, Priya Murad and Kuram Wahid, and Mr. Tim Ferriter is present.
All right, thank you. All right, so we're at the closing arguments have been concluded. We're at the stage where I need to read the final instruction and discharge the alternates at this point. Are all sides ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, Mark, you may bring the jurors out.
Cheesy Frog's your birthday. Oh, snap. Cheesy. It's my birthday today. Also, iCkEdMeL mods. Y'all amazing. Happy birthday. I hope you have a great day. Thank you for supporting me on the channel. Happy birthday. Booty camp. I don't know what's going on. Every day it's something with this stuff.
All rise.
Jury entering.
I should have made sure it was working before I got on. Good morning. I mean, I guess if this is...
All right, everyone may be seated. All right, members of the jury, welcome back. Before we begin, let me just ask the same question I've asked most days since we started. Up to this point in time, has any member of the jury been exposed to any media, either by video, print, publication, blog, or any other type of news source? All right, let the record reflect that all jurors indicated nodding their heads no to the question. All right, so as I indicated yesterday, we've completed the evidence in the case. You've now heard the closing arguments and also my instructions on the law. You're going to be shortly retiring to the jury room to decide this case. Before you do so, however, I have a few last-minute instructions to read to you, so please listen carefully. In just a few minutes, you will be taken to the jury room by the court deputy. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, for example, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You're not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you've received a verdict, you must not talk until you've reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication such as blog, Twitter, email, text, message, or any other means of electronic or other communication. So do not contact anyone to assist you during your deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you do become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I've given you during the course of this trial, you must tell me by giving a note to my courtroom deputy. Many of you may have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom with you. As I indicated at the beginning, the rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of devices into the jury room with you during deliberation. So I will ask that you leave those devices with my courtroom deputy while you're deliberating. He will safeguard them and return them to your possession after the verdict is rendered. If you do need to communicate with me during your deliberations, please send a note to the courtroom deputy. If you voted, however, at that time, do not disclose the vote in the note. If you have a question, the procedure will be that I will talk with the attorneys before I answer. So it may take some time between the point where you submit the question and when I'm able to get back with you. During this time, please continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. And I should let you know I will answer any questions if I can in writing or orally here in open court. Your questions are subject to the same rules of evidence that the attorney's questions are. So if there's a reason that I can't answer, I typically won't tell you the reason. I'll just say that we're unable to answer the question. But however, if I can't answer it, I will. During the trial, items were received in evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. There was a number of videos, obviously, that were presented as evidence by both sides in this case. There will be a laptop provided in the jury room for you to play those videos should you wish. It's only to be used for that purpose. And if you need assistance in terms of operating and queuing up the video, I can have someone from IT assist you in how to do that. The paper exhibits that were received into evidence will also be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate, along with the thumb drives and the other evidence that's submitted. If you wish to see any or rehear any testimony that was received, that will need to be done out here because we'll replay the audio of the testimony if you wish to hear the testimony. My point being, we can't do that while you're in the jury room. We'll have to bring you back out here to hear any testimony.
That's where they should be able to do
Let me
that.
remind you that it's important that you follow the law spelled out
give you a
in these
TV or
instructions
something.
in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case, and even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we've lived by the Constitution and the law, and as I said before, no juror has the right to violate these rules that we all share. Let me have counsel approach, please.
The only thing with the TV thing, I just say, because those people in the court are probably going to sit there, right? They should be able to watch video and have conversations amongst each other and call this out, call that out, agree, disagree. I mean, I guess they'll have to wait till they get it back in the, should they want to see testimony, I guess they'd have to wait back to get into the room. That's just weird that they can't roll a TV in there or roll a computer in there and they can watch it on their own, pause, stop, wherever. You know, I don't know. But when I did jury duty, that's what we had. Like, we got a TV to the back, and if we had any questions, requests, they'd bring it into us. We wouldn't go back into the courtroom to watch testimony or like have discussions or whatever. But I don't know, maybe they don't have a TV or maybe there's something with the way that they're set up. They can't do it. I'm going to fix the camera in a second.
There is one video that was played in evidence on mute. So I won't be able to send that video back with you, but if you need to see that video again, that's something that'll have to be played out here so it can be played on mute. I just wanted to clarify that for you. All right, so the process when we select jurors is, in a case of this nature, the jury that ultimately decides the case is 6 jurors. But we always pick alternates during the process so that if something happens to any of the jurors that are selected, we have enough people to complete the process. As I indicated at the beginning, we have to finish once we start the proceedings. So we had 3 alternates in this case that were selected, and because of the order, at this time, Ms. Tuggle, Ms. DiDoranto, and Ms. Degler,
I didn't realize you got to see the
my
right box.
duty to go ahead and excuse you from further service in this matter because the order in which the selection occurred, you were folks were selected as the alternates. So what that means for you is that you won't be able to go into the jury room for deliberations. However, you will be free to remain in the courtroom if you wish to hear what the ultimate verdict is, and you're also going to be free to leave if you wish. Once you're discharged and you leave the jury box, I also should tell you that you're relieved of the gag order that I've imposed upon you during the course of these proceedings, meaning at this point, once you're relieved, you can speak with anybody you want to speak with. However, it's your privilege not to speak with anybody if that is also your decision. And the only thing I would tell you when you're making that decision is please keep in mind that some people may ask to speak with you just out of curiosity, or others may be looking to find fault with what you've done. So just keep that in mind. The bottom line is ultimately up to you in making the decision. Before I let you go, I do want to thank you very much for your time and service in this matter. This was a lengthy trial, and I apologize in advance for blowing the estimated time of completion, but it does happen sometimes. But in any event, I hope it was a productive experience for you. And even though you won't participate in the deliberations, you've done everything that any juror could possibly do in a jury trial except the final act. So I used to joke with my jurors and say, I will see you in 6 months, but it normally takes a year or two before I see my jurors back. So with that, thank you very much for your service. And Mark will take care of, if you have anything in the jury room, he'll take you back to get it. And then at that point, I'll bring the rest of the jurors into the jury room. So Mark, why don't you take care of that, and then we'll have the rest of the folks. And then my deputy will be giving you a letter and a certificate, letter signed by me and a certificate from the Palm Beach County Bar. Everyone may be seated.
So weird, it won't turn on. There we go. There we go. I got it. Okay. Sorry, guys. I was trying to fix this issue here. Okay. This should work now. Let's see. That okay. There we go. Okay. Sorry about that. Been like a bunch of weird stuff with this computer lately. All right.
He's taking it back. Okay, so before I let the jurors go into the jury room, Mark, I would like you to go ahead and take their lunch orders so that that's ready to go. I need to let you know that if your deliberations run through lunch hour, you will be. Yeah.
So I put a verdict watch in the chat. Verdict watch countdown. So do I start it now though? They haven't let them. I think we should wait for them to leave, right? The countdown should start when they walk out, right? I don't think they've left yet. I think he's dismissing the alternates. Good raid coming in. Good morning, rise and shine. I wonder if the raid thing doesn't show because of the poll up. Wait, let me see the chat. Randy, thank you. Another, let's see. Yeah, the 13th jurors are coming in. The raid. I don't know why the notification is not popping up.
All right, Mark, you may escort
Thank you guys for coming.
into the jury room, and he'll take your lunch.
The jury has left?
For the lunch. What
All
I
right.
wanted to let you know is you won't be permitted to leave for lunch while you're in deliberations. Other
He's
than
still talking to them.
The jurors may retire to the jury room
Then-
for
there you go.
deliberations.
All right, ready? App manager. Timer. All right, start.
All right, court is in recess.
Okay, the verdict countdown. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. Thank you, Brandy. Let me put her channel in the description. Like getting my life together. Like something every day with this computer. It's just weird that there's always something. I don't know. I mean, it's just life, I guess. But yeah, let me plug her channel in. So I put a poll in the chat. All right. With regards to how long do you think the verdict will take? So I put 1 to 2 hours is the first option, 3 to 5 hours is the second option, third is 6 to 9 hours, and 10 plus hours. I'm gonna give it like a few more minutes, and I'll tell you what I think. I said it yesterday, my guesstimate. What was I doing? Oh yeah, Brandy. And let me get the super chats too. And happy birthday to Cheesy! Happy birthday! I want you to be able to see my face. Happy birthday! So there's a couple things that we can do while we wait. Oh, she's already in the description. Plug her. Put it in the chat here too. Put it in the chat. Okay. Yeah, I waited till they got dismissed. That's when you should do it. And I think the judge said too that he said no break or no lunch. They go. But how can they get? Is that what they say? He said no lunch. They'll bring you lunch, won't they? I thought they're supposed to, because when I was doing jury duty, we got to order whatever we wanted, which was the fun thing. That was probably the most exciting part. We were like, Mandy, thank you for the super chat. Says good morning, Cheesy Frog. Happy birthday. Says it's my birthday today. Also, iCkEdMeL mods chat. Y'all amazing. Sam says, thank you for the 8 months. Still here. Thank you, Mel. Love you. Thank you so much, man. You guys that resubscribe to the membership, thank you. Thank you so much. So when I have rough months or whatever, or anything happens on the channel, all the demonetization stuff, the membership really, really helps me stay afloat. So thank you. Mandy, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Appreciate that. 50 Shades of Blue. Thank you for the 7 months and 5 memberships. Starting strong this morning. Thank you. And Rizza Cat. Rizza. Good morning. Thank you for the coverage. Thank you. Let's see. He said he wanted to he took their lunch order. Okay. Okay, gotcha. I was about to say, bro, you gotta give him lunch. You don't have an option. Okay. See, I don't pay attention. All right, so a couple of things. Let's see here. I got this email. So there was a body language analysis. We could watch that. Diggs was saying if we could rewatch the testimony of the siblings. I think we'll see about that. Can we rewatch for your own interview testimony? That's the video that I was actually editing. See what else we got. I think we'll do this body language thing first. We'll start off with that. And I think, as far as my guesstimate, I think 3 to 5 hours. Let me see. 1 to 2 hours is 35% so far. We got 385 votes. 3 to 5 hours is 53%. 6 to 9 is 8%. And 10 hours is 4%. The reason I'm giving it 3 to 5 is because, I don't know, I feel like there was some cases that we've covered, some trials. Oh, they got a court TV feed. Some trials that I felt was like open and shut. Like there's not really much to talk about. And it lasted hours. Like Letitia Stout. I lost my mind on that one. Lasted hours. I feel like maybe there might be some debate or discussion between the jurors as far as like the main charge of aggravated child abuse versus like the lesser charge. And which is like regular child abuse. I don't think they're gonna find him not guilty. I think the best case that could turn out to be for him, that's plausible, maybe somewhat plausible, is that they don't find him guilty of CA, the child stuff, and they just charge him with like imprisonment or something like that and neglect. That would be like his, I don't know, like miracle outcome. I don't think he gets found not guilty on everything. I just don't see that. But if he somehow gets found not guilty on CA, but guilty of like imprisonment and the other stuff, that's a W for him, I think. If he was able to get that. The Canadian cat lady says, so is this guy going to do any jail time or what? I would think when you lock someone in any kind of box, you're going to do time. Just saying. I think he will do. Well, I don't know. If he doesn't get found guilty of the CA, then maybe, I don't know, maybe a year. I don't know, because the plea deal was a 2-year thing, and he turned it down. That's Brandy's channel, by the way. I spelled her name wrong too. I put Brandy. Oops. Okay. Welsh Dragon says, good morning. Are super chat or memberships better? I don't know. I mean, the thing with super chats versus memberships, well, YouTube takes 30% from either or. So, I don't know. I don't mind either, because the thing with memberships, some people don't. They just keep it for the month and then they kind of keep it moving. Some people, I've seen some people are like, I like it and I'm going to sign up for it, like month by month type of thing. And so I think that in that case, if they turn over, then that would be more beneficial. But some people just try it out for the month and that's it. If you are just trying it out for the month, if you got a free membership, what I would recommend, we need to do some more members video. Well, I did one 4 days ago. I'm not really exactly sure what people, I mean, I should do a poll in the members area and find out what people want. Because like if they just want, or they want maybe everything, I don't know. Because a lot of the times I just do like chill streams where I'm just hanging out talking. So, I mean, I don't know if people actually want stories and stuff. Like we can cover stories or whatever. But I would recommend, if you're just there for stopping by, check out my LSD story. Check out this weirdo guy, this disgruntled viewer. I hope your daughter rots in hell. I read an email. You can check that out. I don't know what that beeping sound is. That must be the courtroom. Always something, right? All right. I'll mute it. I'll mute that in the background. But yeah, check out the crazy LSD story. I should probably title it "Craziest Year of My Life." Oh yeah, bad trip experience. This is a really good one. It's 30 minutes long. Your mouth might drop when you hear that story. I think I added the mushroom story to that too. I don't know. There's some old stuff on there. Some funny stuff on too. Drama stuff. But yeah, so if you're there for a little bit, check that out. Harry Potter, Harry Potter, I appreciate you so much. You're always here supporting me. Thank you. Whether it's on Discord or Twitch or YouTube, I'm almost at 11 full months, longer than any relationship I've ever had. And the membership thing too, you get like a member thing monthly to like a members chat that pops up on the screen too. I mean, so you could just sign up for the membership and you get every month you get a member chat that pops up on the screen and stuff. Whatever, whatever is fine. Or just watch. All right, let's check out this body language thing. We'll start off with this. Let me see. Mandy sent me this morning. Thank you. And let me just see. And I'll be checking my emails as we go. Let's go see if I can do this.
Tonight here on Closing Arguments, this is going to be a fascinating hour as we take a look at the Boy in the Box trial case that we are covering. And we're going to look at it in a couple of ways that we haven't done before. And I want to begin by talking about Timothy Ferriter, the defendant, the father on the stand. This guy has been stoic inside the courtroom. I mean, look at the picture we're looking at there. I mean, about 98% of the time, that's kind of how he looks. And when you're accused of a crime and you're in a courtroom, the jury's watching, etc.
Thank you so much.
Defense attorneys try to tell you not to show anything. And it's been difficult for me personally to read this guy, to understand this guy. Now, the jury in the same room.
I think a lot of these people, and I think what the father's doing is kind of doing a poker face type of thing. Just because he knows the cameras are on him.
May have a little bit of a different take. There may be little things that he's doing. I don't know. But it's been tough because you don't get to see any sort of reaction or emotion or anything from him. It's that look, the perfectly gelled hair.
He must have to do that hair every day, right? Like that probably takes, and I guess that's probably, I wonder if his hair is soft. Is he using like mousse? Or is that like that hard gel where it's like crisp? Probably like a mousse type of thing, right?
Suit and just that look that he has in the courtroom. The most stoic of any defendant in recent times here on Court TV. Now, the other thing that sort of adds to all of that is that he chose and remained silent.
Hoax. He said, hoax said, I want to see the kid's body language with an expert.
Of course, you're allowed to do that. We understand that at Court TV. You understand that at home. I mean, it's part of our constitutional rights. We have the right to remain silent. We don't have to prove a thing if we're accused of a crime. He's been accused of a crime, doesn't have to prove anything. It's up to state to prove everything beyond any and all reasonable doubt, every element of every crime that he's been charged with. But his silence, when you combine that with his stoic presence in the courtroom, doesn't give you an indication of who this guy is. Like, who is he? Who is Timothy Ferriter? What is this guy really like? We know what he's like in moments on the video with his son. The jury gets to see it. We get to hear it. Not great moments. The defense played other moments that they thought were more normal, but you don't get the true. What hasn't come through to me, and through his silence, I think it added to that, is that I don't have I feel like he's almost not humanized.
Oh, I think that the mother, Tracy, has shown more expression throughout the trial. Did she tear up at some point?
Like he cold, distant, and not like a real person. And
even Murdoch had emotion, right? Alec Murdoch. Even Murdoch was teary, crying. I mean, that situation is a murder of the wife and the son, but it's not running down the nose.
Again, it's nothing that he has to
I think part of it's like ego too.
prove. It's nothing that he's compelled to say. It's about the evidence and the facts. But at the end of the day, you're judging a man. And here you're trying to judge a man for why he did what he did. Like, we know what he did. He had this box built. We know that he yelled at his son and other things like that. But the real question for the jury is why this was being done. Was it out of a place of utter frustration? And I'm not getting that from him firsthand, so it's difficult. And I was surprised that he chose to remain silent.
Really? I mean, what do you guys think in the chat? Should Tim have testified? Would that have made a difference? I mean, I feel like the prosecution would have buried him, but they always say it's a bad idea to do that, to testify, right? But like, I mean, I don't know. Also, if you're just coming from this place of like, I screwed up, but at the same time, you want to protect yourself, so who knows what they'll bring up in the cross. Oh, they'd love that. They'd salivate at the idea of this guy testifying. But I think Vinny makes a good point too. Like, I'm sure the jury would want to hear from him in his mind and what was going on. And I feel like I wonder if him testifying too, if he did, that could open the door to a lot of stuff. It'd be a whole nother game. I see some people saying yes. Shelley says no. I mean, I think when Murdoch testified, that definitely worked against him. I especially when I think they caught him in lies, and he like admitted to the financial crimes, which I don't know what's going on with that too, the whole financial crime stuff. Okay. Give me 1 second. The groceries.
So he remains silent. He's stoic in the court. But what is his body language saying in all of this? Both his reactions to testimony in the courtroom and things that are being played for the jury. Is there any little indicator there that tells us how this is making him feel? The slightest movement, because I haven't been able to pick that up. That's why we've got an expert coming in tonight. Also going to take a listen to his voice when he does speak and he does yell at his son. What does that indicate? Does it indicate a place of where that's coming from? Because to me, again, that's what this case is all about. The other part is, and this is real, when a jury is judging someone, do they like him? Right? In the Johnny Depp case, great example. The jury didn't like Amber Heard, but they liked Johnny Depp. And that was really a result of who they were inside the courtroom. And some of the recordings, obviously, as well. But it's really who they were in the courtroom day in and day out. He hasn't exposed himself to that. So I don't know if this jury's going to like him based upon what they've seen and heard. And he hasn't, and he chose not to testify. Again, his choice, his right. But will this jury like him? And who is Timothy Ferriter? Let's see what we can figure out through the body language. Joining us tonight in Alexandria, Virginia, body language expert, New York Times bestselling author of You Can't Lie to Me, Janine Driver is with us. Janine, great to see you tonight. This is like a difficult task I have for you tonight, because you're looking at a man in a courtroom who is extremely stoic. I'm not picking up on anything. And then we're going to have some recordings where you don't even get to see him because there's his minor son is in the video, so we're not permitted to show it. So I know it's a difficult task tonight, but I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Absolutely. I'm ready. I even have notes tonight because this is challenging, but like a friend of mine, Frank Marsh, says at the FBI Behavioral Unit, everything says something.
Okay. So we're going to begin. This is Timothy Ferriter. This is the Ring video recording. We aren't going to see it. The jury did, but we'll hear his voice. And This is right after his adopted son has had a tantrum and has broken some things in his room. So after that happens, this is Tim Ferriter speaking with his son. Let's listen.
Oh, you ripped it up? You ripped it off the wall? Yeah. Good job. I won the bet. I didn't think it'd last 3 weeks.
Oh, you know what? Let me check. Let me just keep an eye. This law and crime stuff is it just beeping the entire time. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna keep that muted, but I'm gonna have it up on my other screen in case they come back. We don't miss it. So we'll have law and crime. Okay.
Who are you looking for attention from? No one. Oh, well, somebody, because you wouldn't do it. Oh, it's so sad. So you're mad because asked you about your tablet, about your Chrome pad, your Chromebook? Yeah. Well, you've been stealing and lying and running away and calling yourself Richard. You're lucky you have anything.
Hey.
Give me a break. You want to get serious with me? Stand up. Stand up. You want to get serious with me? You're going down that pathway again. You got kicked out of basis. You're lucky we left because you weren't going to be let back. So are you going to do that here too? No. You're acting like a here. This is jerk. But you're a big tough guy. You're going by the police. You're going to lie to the police. Tell some guy you're Richard. So I'm going to talk real frank to you. This language is not used out there in front of the baby and the girls. But you're a tough guy, right? You're going to break I mean, break right? I don't give a let's break. Let's break all this.
Damn, bro.
I don't need it. Let's rip it off the wall. So let's talk tough guy, huh? Let's talk. Let's get real here. I don't need the though. I got stuff that I got to do in my life to pay for your food and your housing and your clothes and your sisters and your brother that I don't need your extra that you're just asking for attention for. When you got a lot of gifts that you have that other people don't have and you on them. And you're mad because thinks I'm doing something. Hell yes! Because you do it a bunch of times. That's why. And I don't have time to track it all because I expect you to get better, but you don't. You do the same over and over and over and over and over again.
All right, Janine, there's two parts to this, right? There's his voice in the recording, and then there's him sitting in the courtroom. Tell me what you saw.
Well, of course, he's trying to intimidate. I don't think you need to be a body language expert to hear that with that raised tone and pitch of voice. Voice is really important. I think we'll talk about that quite a bit tonight. What I want to talk about here is early on in this particular clip, Vinny, and you at home, we see Tim look down left. Down left is either in one of two things, depends if he's right-handed or left-handed. It's either internal dialogue where he's having a conversation with himself, or it's deep emotion and he's processing that emotion. Not only in this clip, but in other clips, if you're watching this case, you're going to see Tim occasionally do this. He pulls his mouth back just really subtly for a micro expression of fear. And you may not see fear like we traditionally might see fear, like really big and pulled back, but this subtle fear, what's happening is he's sucking in air, I believe, in the corners of his mouth. And this is a major reliable indicator of concern, anxiety, and fear. And so he thinks he's not giving it away, but you'll see him. There's another clip where he talks, the mother is talking about stealing candy. I don't know if we're getting into that, but you again, in court, we see Tim do this little grimace. That grimace is a micro expression of fear in a 15th of a second. You can't not see it once you know what to look for.
There was one time too, and by the way, I'm going to be pausing because I can't just play the video entirely. Just to try to just protect the channel and stuff. I got to give a little bit of commentary. We're not in any kind of rush either, so like I'll be checking out the chat. We'll be talking back and forth and stuff. All right, so there's no rush or whatever. We could be here all day, so But anyway, I remember at one point I mentioned that like I had seen that like it looked. I forgot the expression that I saw. It was like for a fraction of a second too. Kind of like I feel like he's trying to keep his face still, even though sometimes naturally I guess you can't help making some type of what they call micro expression. I guess. I think that like a lot of this is kind of hard because we can't see, we can only hear, and also we know the context of the box. I in some cases, like if we didn't know like that it was a box type of thing, there's a lot of households where parents raise their voice, so just screaming in itself. I think the whole thing is the box thing and the the bucket, of course. But like if you're just hearing this, there's like probably a lot of households everywhere. We're knocking on my door. That I already knocked.
And then
No.
in the auditory that we're hearing in the audio, that increase in tone and pitch of voice, that is actually a way to get attention. And it does not serve us well when reducing conflict with people.
Oh yeah, when the pink lady's mouth popped open, his did too.
A hostage negotiator, Jim Kavanaugh, my hostage negotiator mentor, didn't scream and yell at David Koresh holding people hostage at Waco, Texas.
That's not that's per aggression. That's true, and a lot of these parents are like that. I'm not saying it's right, and we've talked about corporal punishment a lot, and one of the things that I've said over time is that I think that some parents are genuinely angry and frustrated, and so they're doing it out of anger, which I can understand. Things can be very frustrating. I can imagine, having a child with like autism or some type of disorder. That's probably got to be tough. And I remember back in the day, like when Maddie was born, they played a video for us in the hospital, and I'm glad I got to see it because they said that as far as shaken baby syndrome, what gender? I thought they said fathers are more likely to do it. What gender? Oh, well, here it says women are just as likely to violently shake a child in their care, although men cause more severe injuries and death, according to this website. Another website says this 2013, men more likely to be accused of shaking infants. Men are nearly 3 times more likely than women. Abusive head trauma in children, comparison of male perpetrators were more younger and likely to confess and to be convicted. But there's other articles contradicting and saying women can be just as violent. So whatever take, it doesn't matter. The point being is that the video was saying that like you should take a step back, which I did practice that a few times when Maddie was a baby. Like babies, I feel like especially when you're a first time parent, sometimes that like the crying sound and like the pitch, it's sometimes like it used to bring like this kind of stress about me, and it's like I felt like really, really stressful. I'm like, oh my god, what am I gonna do? And you're trying to figure out. You got to go through like these steps, like is the diaper wet? Is she hungry? Does she have gas? Do you have to burp her? Like all this kind of stuff, and it would be stressing. And I remember what that video would tell me is like take a step back, walk away for a few minutes. You know what I'm saying? So you either put the baby down in the playpen or whatever, and just walk away for a couple minutes. That helped me out a lot. Just taking a step back and like have a drink of water, taking a minute, put the baby down for a few minutes or whatever it is, let the baby cry for a little bit, and just take a moment to breathe, because then you kind of like lose control of yourself. Even with Maddie sometimes right now, that she's older, she's 6, I sometimes have to like take a breath because like lately, sometimes when we go out, there was 3 or 4 times where she's just like, for example, we went to the farm and the bracelet, she's like, the bracelet's bothering me. And I checked the bracelet. I'm like, there's nothing wrong with the bracelet. But like, she'll literally just keep like festering with her hand and like looking at it and then like start like tearing up. And I'm like, baby, everybody here has a bracelet. Your bracelet's fine. And I'm pointing at all the kids and all the babies. And for her in her head, it's just this thing of like festering. And I'm like getting annoyed. I'm like, oh my God. And I'm like, maybe you won't be able to get on the rides. She still is like, you know what? I just took a step back. I ended up taking the bracelet off. I was really annoyed because in my back of my head at one point, I was like, we're just going to leave then. We're just going to leave and whatever. But then I'm like, we drove all the way out to Miami. I don't know. So we ended up having a really good time. But like things like that sometimes, or like going out to a restaurant sometimes and like, and it's an event or family thing, and then your kids acting up or they don't want to be there or all this kind of stuff, and they're like making a scene. That can be really frustrating, So Courtney, thank you for the super chat. Says, I've been a member for weeks, and I must say Mel surrounds himself with great people. There's little to no drama here. Impressive for YouTube. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
He said, hey, David, everyone out here says you're a man of your word and you could be trusted. Clearly, this guy doesn't have the skills on how to deal with conflict. I always say, do you want to be right or do you want to be effective? Clearly, in this situation, he's looking to be right, but clearly not effective. If it was effective, then this would have been the end of it, and there would have been no other problems with his son, right, with listening. There's a lot happening here, even though it might not seem like there is.
So when you say you see expressions of fear, so he's hearing this, do you think the fear is, oh my goodness, this does not sound good, this is really bad news for me?
Hey, well, this is the deal, Vinny, and you at home. We don't know what the catalyst is. We can spot these micro expressions: happiness, sadness, fear, surprise, anger, contempt, and disgust. Quite frankly, I'm looking for contempt, and I haven't seen it yet in the clip that you've shown me. But without a doubt, it's a couple things, right? It's either, boy, it doesn't sound good. It could be that. It could also be, I'm going to end up in jail. I mean, he's up for what, 40 years, Vinny? So he didn't take the plea deal. And so we don't know what's inside of his head, but for sure we can spot the fear, tiny micro expression. And when those happen, they're trying to mask them. And here's the special thing. Body language shows up to 5 seconds before thought. So we know he's scared before his brain knows he's scared. So there's that 5 second delay. That's why it's so critical for us to decode body language, because we get a 5 second advantage. Think about the military or athletes. Does 5 seconds make a difference? Yeah,
big difference. Big
difference. There's fear. There is fear.
Okay, let's move to Tracy Ferriter, because she's
with this guy, I've only heard of him having that reactive attachment disorder. And then I see some people saying, I saw it. I lost it now.
As well, inside the courtroom. She's been watching the trial in the gallery. She's going to have her own trial after this. Here she is listening to, again, another one of these Ring camera recordings. Let's watch.
What do you need? Do you have pajamas? Are those them right there? Do you hear me? Oh, here we go. Back to this where you can't talk, you're a middle school boy, you want to do all these things, you want to do chess, you want to do things, but you can't talk because you got caught.
Well, that's a good idea.
Being dishonest. Okay, well, that's fine. Guess I'll just keep giving you more chances. Every day, new chance for even though doesn't care, he doesn't want to be nice anymore. Oh, let's let do this. Oh, let's let me bring some food because I think he's gonna have a good night. Oh, let me do everything for okay. Oh, can't talk because he got in trouble because he got caught. It's like, give me a break. Start owning up to what you're doing, and then try to fix the problem, like we keep telling you.
Janine, the only thing I'm seeing a lot of eye blinks. I don't know if it was an extraordinary number of them, but what did you see?
Well, the blink rate is 3 times the normal rate that we're seeing here.
I blink a lot sometimes. There's been videos people are like, damn, you're blinking unless you're okay. What's wrong with your eyes? I don't know. Is it a nerve thing? I don't know. Maybe conscious about blinking. Let me try to blink slower because they're watching my blink rate. But I guess I don't know what that can indicate. Nervousness or your nerves, or I don't know. I'm dying. Exo Socks, thank you for the for the memberships. 10 memberships. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. And the Salty Sabbath, thank you for the membership as well. And Marie, thank you for the super chat. Some people are like, I think 1 or 2 people were like, the wristband, Maddie's wristband anointing her could be autism. I'm like, bruh, a little bit of a reach, but okay. Blinking when you process information, this woman is wrong. Blinking is good, prevents dry eyes. I never paid attention to this guy's blinking.
Which indicates a spike in stress and anxiety. And something's
We're not blinking
happening
so much.
here. We're seeing dimpling of her chin. And when we see this, Elizabeth Holmes did this too. I don't know if you remember this interview. Elizabeth Holmes, who's now, I think she's in jail as well, for scamming the public on a blood test that could test multiple diseases. Elizabeth Holmes was once asked, tell me a secret you're keeping. And she thought 9 seconds and then said, I don't have many secrets. Of course, she had the biggest secret of all, but that dimpling of the chin, we see that here in trial on the face, the corners of the mouth are down. This is sadness. The interesting thing is I always look at the forehead. It's an accurate indicator of stress and anxiety. And we're seeing these, what are called Einstein lines across the forehead. This indicates she knows a lot of information about different topics. And those are popping up. Normally, if I want to decode those, and I've done this with you before, Vinny. I know you have three real deep Einstein lines. So right here, I have to ask someone to do that. But we have that happening at play here. What does this indicate? This indicates she is sad and stressed right out of the gate here in this clip. And you can see that. And it's interesting, if you look at her left eyebrow, our left hand, if you think about our left hand is where you put your wedding ring, the left hand is your personal side. And here on her personal side, she has this like crooked eyebrow a little bit. It comes up and it's angled.
Me too. I have the same thing. Look. What does that indicate? I can't control that. Mine's just like that. I've always had a weird crooked eyebrow. It's up like this. I guess it's a deformity. Maybe it's autism according to these people. I just have this eyebrow that's always been like that. What is that? Okay, I want to know what she said.
These are people that in her personal life, what's in it for me? What's the angle? So right here, when we're going back into the recording that she's hearing, this is all about her. This is all about.
But can she help that? That her eyebrows just like that, isn't it? I have that thing too. So I'm looking at people like, what's in it for me type of shit? What the hell?
Her, not the
I was
way
born like that, right? So
to handle conflict. Forget about the box
so
itself,
conscious
but
of this
how
now.
we talk to our children. You know, do you want to be right or do you want to be effective? I like to say,
Yo, Hook said your eyebrow in on a spectrum.
I did a TED talk on this, how to think like a hostage negotiator to get what you want. So paying attention to the language we're using if you want to get better results. And she, by the way, and I don't know if we have this clip, she uses such language as you stole. Why would you steal the chocolate? Steal. In law enforcement, and you may know this, Vinny, I'm sure you do, it's called minimizing language, is we would never say, did you steal something? In law enforcement, we would say, did you take something that didn't belong to you? We wouldn't say, did you rape someone? We would say, did you force yourself on someone? So here is a parent, she's not using any minimizing language. She's just going for the jugular. And this poor kid, man, doesn't have a chance. You know, she's doing this circle. When we hear this figure eight, the same stuff that's being said over and over and over again, that's high stress and anxiety. So even in the moment of her confronting her adopted son, she's under that stress and out of control.
Let's take a listen. You mentioned the teenage boy. We have some of his testimony. Here he is describing the box and being in the box. He testified, again, we can't show him, but we can clearly hear his voice. He's in the room testifying where his parents are.
To me, being locked in a room, it's dehumanizing. It's almost as bad as genocide. It's saddening to abuse a child that was just acting like a child, never thinking of what an adult would think to do to a child that would succumb his or her efforts in daily life to succeed, suffering from emotional pain, suffering, trauma.
Exo Socks, thank you for the super chat. It says Einstein lines. Y'all believing this? Married Soap, thank you for the membership. Appreciate that.
All right, how about his voice and Timothy Ferriter's reaction?
Well, Timothy, let's start there. He opens his mouth and takes a breath in right there. That's to reduce that stress that's happening for him in that moment. He also looks away. And again, it depends on if he's right-handed or left-handed. He either goes emotional or self-talk. But I want you to notice, if you just saw just a second ago, he's nodding his head yes here. And it's very, very subtle. You can begin to notice these things. Is a head nod in a direction, is that a solid indicator? For me, not so much, but nevertheless, we're putting all these indicators, especially when we don't have a lot of low hanging fruit here to analyze Timothy. So we do see that though, nodding yes, going along. We saw this with Roger Clemens when Roger Clemens was asked by Mike Wallace, "Hey, did you ever cheat in the game of baseball? Did you take steroids?" Because Brian McNamee said this, and well, this is being recanted. I mean, retold, not recanted, to Roger Clemens. Roger Clemens is doing these subtle head nods, yes, and we see that here with Tim Ferriter. Now, as for the son, boy, he is articulate. This young man, for what he's gone through, is really quite extraordinary. How he's able to articulate. He's demonstrating emotional intelligence to say, hey, how about have some empathy? Put yourself in my shoes here. I think that he's for me, very impressive. And if he ever wants to take any of my training, he could have a scholarship to anything he wants because my heart goes out to him. This father reminds me, do you remember RoboCop or whatever with Arnold Schwarzenegger? It was like the cop that was like the robot that was like really, like serious. Like that's this aspect.
That's Timothy Ferriter. That is.
Yeah, that's Timothy.
We are out of time for tonight. Janine Driver, appreciate you coming on. Great insight as always. Thanks so much.
Nice to see you, my friend.
All right, folks, when we come back.
All right. You're blinking too fast. Somebody pointed out it could be, I do take a lot of caffeine. I mean, I always try to I sometimes take breaks, but I always get back to it. It's always something. So it could be the caffeine. That I think I've looked it up. That is a thing. I blink a lot sometimes and stuff. Let me see what else. Einstein lines, yo. Corey, thank you again so much for that nice super chat. Einstein lines. All right, let's skip ahead then. Let's see.
Was it reasonable? Was it unreasonable? Plus, coming up next hour.
Trial Timothy by as we
He was subjected to treatment by his parents, including his father, Timothy Ferriter, that was cruel, heinous, and malicious.
So the Netflix
That Take Care of Maya thing, I heard people say it's interesting. It's really long though. I have no idea what that's about. The Karen Reed thing too. Oh, so at some point, if you guys want to, because I didn't get to do this Turtle Boy thing yesterday. If you want to do Turtle Boy, we can watch the hearing. He's made some posts on Twitter addressing what happened. He bonded out, I guess. We can do that too after we're done with this video. The only problem with that Turtle Boy situation is I don't really know the Karen Reed story, so that's the only thing. I don't know that I could really speak on it much. And I was looking at Turtle Boy's Twitter today, and it looks like I didn't realize this guy was on Timcast. That's pretty dope. Looks like he was. And I have seen his webpage before too. I didn't realize that was him. I think I've seen this webpage before. This news webpage. So we can do that too later. We can watch the hearing. I didn't get to do that yesterday. We can kind of talk about it a little bit, though. I won't really be able to give much of a good opinion on it because I don't know the whole situation. But he has there's people rallying around him, like the community. There's a lot of people that think and feel that Karen Reed is innocent. I don't know the story, but there's news and media following him when he gets out. I know Dr. Turtle Boy can be a little fiery in his opinions, but I strongly suspect that these charges are nothing more than intimidation of a member of the independent press. So yeah, we'll take a look at that later to see what's going on with that. We can watch the hearing. Let's see the main wire. Oh, okay, I thought it was like an actual news page. But they do have a website though, so all right. We'll see, man. We might have to get into the Karen Reed thing. I heard that whole thing is a mess. The Karen Reed story. Maybe we should look at both sides then. We should. I don't know. Check your phone. Let's see. Okay.
I slept in an 8x8 room in the garage.
Okay. Was that room built into
Thank
the
you,
garage?
Jerry.
It was built inside the garage.
Inside the garage?
Yes.
Who built that? Or who had it built?
Timothy hired a contractor to build it in December of 2021.
Okay, and how do you know that?
Because I was kept in their closet and I overheard the conversation of them having to build it. The floor was concrete, but I used these little 16 by 16 inch mats of carpet to put down on the floor, so it wasn't so hard.
So this is the victim in the case describing the box. And this is really what the case is about. Yeah, there's the screaming, the abuse, but it's really, when push comes, it's about this box. And last night we talked about the impact that the box could have on someone who suffers from RAD, this reactive attachment disorder, right? Tonight I want to talk about, well, is this an unreasonable step for a parent to take who's attempting to discipline their child? The reason I say that is because if you look at the Florida jury instruction that we expect this jury to consider in this case, it is not a crime for a parent to impose reasonable physical discipline on a child for misbehavior under the circumstances, even though physical injury resulted from the discipline.
This was kind of like I was talking about that, like, you know, the box thing, of course, is wrong, but things like this is what I'm like, I don't think they're going to go for aggravated. I think they might get like regular CA, child abuse. I don't think they're going to get, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that he'll probably get with like lesser charges type of thing. And the imprisonment thing for sure, I think.
So last night we established that this is not good for someone who suffers from this, right? So there may be some injury, and likely was injury in making his condition worse. But the question is, was it reasonable or unreasonable? Let's have a discussion. Joining us in North Carolina, reactive attachment disorder parent advocate and author of Reactive Attachment Disorder, The Essential Guide for Parents, Kerry Williams is with us. Also joining us in Greenville, South Carolina, licensed therapist, Dr. Roger Rhodes. And also joining us in Los Angeles, California, forensic psychiatrist, trial expert, witness, and columnist, Dr. Carol Lieberman. And I understand this is something we might not all agree about, whether or not it's reasonable, and this is something the jury will have to consider, though, in looking at this case. So, Kerry, from your perspective, the actions taken by these parents under these circumstances, despite the fact that it may have made his RAD or his condition worse, was it reasonable for these parents to take this action under the circumstances, from your perspective?
So having locks on the outside of the door and not having a window, that's obviously a fire hazard. So that's totally over the line. And that doesn't really account for even just the fact there's also additional emotional and mental issues that can be caused by that. What I will say is that when your child is in residential treatment facilities, they absolutely contain and restrain kids. I've seen it. It's awful. It's very traumatic, even for someone to watch it, much less have it happen to you. I think they usually do it more safely than they would do it in a home like this. But I think what we have to really understand is that for a parent to take care of a 14-year-old boy who's getting knives, who's threatening their siblings, we really have to be realistic about our expectations and what the limits are of caregivers, right? So at this point, when they decided that they needed to contain him in a box, obviously that was not a good choice. And what we needed to do is get him help much, much earlier. And at that point, they should have put him in a residential treatment facility where you have line of sight supervision, you have trained staff, you can control access to weapons. So I just really hope that this case makes people realize that parents who are caring for kids who are violent and dangerous really need effective treatments and solutions, then, that there aren't easy answers. This was not the correct answer, but there are not easy answers for parents who are dealing with kids who
That's an interesting take.
have suicidal and homicidal ideations and are dangerous.
Dr. Roger Rhodes, your thoughts about the actions taken by these parents? And we're looking at, is it reasonable, unreasonable under the circumstances that they were dealing with?
Unreasonable. It was poor parenting. The parents were underwater. They needed to go to professionals, people who are set up in a situation that's set up for the best health of both of them, for the parents and for the children. But what this really seems to me to be an issue of parental pride, not being able to say that I'm overwhelmed. But I understood where people say, well, if you can't put them in prison, create a prison where you are.
See, I could see, like, I don't know, I could see some parents out there, like, I don't know, constricting their kids or doing something crazy, kind of locking them down. Or, I mean, this is like next level, like constructing an 8x8 to put them in with the bucket. I mean, this is like pretty extreme, like next level type of thing. But I've known some of these parents that are like super, I don't know if I've known. It's just like corporal punishment. I mean, I grew up like that. As far as just the belt, I feel like a lot of us grew up with like the belt thing, which I'm not into myself. And the lady was talking about how difficult it could be to handle or deal with a child like that. Even though in these videos, from what I've seen, I mean, not even seen, heard, we didn't really get to see. Ronan was like calm. Well, you know, he did kind of scream and cry after, which I can't blame him. Like, I don't know, that pent up, built up frustration, being locked up and having to like be scolded and not be able to say anything and always stay shut and be quiet. I mean, and even the prosecution used the defense's videos that they played against him. Like, he was behaving well, like he was decently whatever, right? Even after being demeaned and screamed. And I think that they said that wasn't it Fiona that I thought she said that like at one point like Tim like picked him up or like picked up Ronan and his feet was off the ground. I thought something like, or I don't know if he choked him or picked him up. He kept calm because I think, and everybody's different, and you know, in hindsight 2020, I just know that I would have a lot of pent up frustration. At some point, I'd probably like snap. At some point, I remember one time my mother, but you know, I used to get the belt, and I remember one time I just started laughing. Like at some point, it doesn't mean like, even though it's physical pain, after some point you're just like tired of this ish. You're over it, you know, and so I got started laughing, which she started hitting me more after I started laughing, you know. It's interesting too. You think about the things in your childhood, and then you look at yourself as an adult, and you see the things, little things here and there that like come from childhood.
And it'll teach them what prison is like. But that's poor parenting, and that's not using the professional availability that's in their area to best help this child.
Dr. Carol Lieberman, how do you see this? And again, explaining what the defense is arguing here is that the intent was not criminal. They're disciplining, they're trying to keep them safe. And then the question for the jury will be, is this unreasonable under the circumstances? And part of the circumstances were they did seek some help. They didn't follow through totally on all of that, but they did, they did some, and clearly not enough. They've conceded and admitted that what the choices they made were wrong. But let's get back to the question for this jury again: reasonable versus an unreasonable choice under the circumstances, regardless of the impact it may have on the young man's condition.
Sharon says, in my opinion, Ronan should have gotten professional help. that is, in my opinion, where the parents neglected their responsibilities. I mean, you could look at Ethan Crumley, the school shooter, and we saw, I don't even think we got to watch one of the videos recently where it was one of the hearings where there was more conversations, and those parents definitely neglected that kid. Like, he was kind of like crying out for help type of stuff. They even went in there and showed him how to shoot a gun. Well, I think the mother took him because she wanted to try to bond with him. And so they're over there going and shooting the gun range and shooting and stuff before it shot up all these kids. And they're trying to charge the parents. But I also feel like too sometimes, I mean, there's resources out there, but I feel like sometimes people, I don't know, they just make it seem like not all psychiatrists, psychologists are good. I feel like sometimes you have to kind of really look around and find a good one. It can take time. I mean, you really have to make an effort, a conscious effort. There is resources out there, but you have to look for them too. They just make it seem like it's a wealth of like there's just people pouring in. We'll help you. We'll support you. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to make it unanimous and say unreasonable. The key here is what they did for the benefit of their son or for their own benefit. And it's clear that it was for their own benefit. A lot of the things that they did besides confining him in a box, was torture, was cruel, was purposely cruel. They were angry at him. They were disappointed that he didn't turn out the way that they had hoped when they adopted him. And they were taking out this disappointment and this anger on him. And, it's fascinating. The one thing that is not good for the defense, I mean, there are a lot of things, but one thing in particular is when the boy himself said in his testimony, he said, I don't have a bad image of Tim and Tracy. They made a mistake. It's time to forgive and move on. So the jury is going to be looking at that and thinking, well, maybe it was just bad parenting. He doesn't blame them, so why should we blame him? But, the thing is, you have to look at why he's saying that. And the answer is, even kids who are abused in all kinds of horrible ways, and of course this is one good example of it, the parents are the only parents that he knows. I mean, other than whatever happened in the first 7 months. But then he had the orphanage. And then here are parents who, adopted him, showed some kind of supposed love, caring, took him in any case. And he doesn't want to lose that. He doesn't want to be abandoned. So I think he's saying that, it's time to forgive and so on, because he doesn't want to lose his father or his mother to prison. He wants it's better than nobody in his mind.
That's a really good point she brought up. And the father, when we just heard the clip of like, you'd have nothing, like basically saying you'd have nothing without me, you'd be nowhere without me. That's maybe a way to keep him in control too, or a fear of like being anywhere else.
All right, guests are staying with us. When we come back, we're going to talk about some of the things that the jury did not see and did not hear during this trial.
He was locked in a room. Videos that the state provided of the child lying. He faces up to 40 years.
I'm not sure they're going to be able to justify it.
What's going on in this house?
The Boy in a Box trial. Live coverage weekday mornings at 8/7.
It's a pretty cool trailer.
Youngest child. And at that point, they are fearful. Are a little bit older. They're about 10, 11 years old. And is coming in as an infant. And at this point, had been hurting other kids at school. He had been engaging in dangerous behaviors. He's walking around at night. And they did not know if an infant could be safe with in the house.
That's really the basis of the defense case here for Timothy.
I thought it was really good too when the prosecution was like, the people that they called as witnesses, like this guy that wasn't really with them in Florida. You didn't really see much testimony of like to me, it's like all these kind of distant people. Like, I mean, yeah, they had that friend that they were cool, but like, it's like, I don't know, you would think that, but at the same time, who wants to defend and co-sign this shit at the same time, right? Like, who wants to sit up there and be like, no, he was a good parent, or blah, blah, blah. But they really didn't have much as far as witnesses. I mean, even Murdoch had family up there and stuff, right? And that was a murder of Alex's son and wife. It was kind of flimsy. And they didn't call the contract. They didn't call a lot of witnesses on the list, actually, that I saw. I guess they just had them on hold there for the possibility that they'd want them. Elizabeth says, "You're nothing without me," in quotations. Typical coercive control and DV relationship. Amy says, "Do you think these defendants watch these videos of themselves?" I don't know. Maybe. Possibly. I think that they're probably looking themselves up in the news, the articles. They got to be reading about themselves.
Ferriter. But like in any other trial, there are things the defense wanted in front of this jury that were not permitted. Sometimes it's things that the prosecution wants. Because of the rules of evidence, the jury doesn't hear everything. So right now, we're going to take a look at some of the things that the jury did not hear about during the course of this trial. Let's bring in Court TV legal correspondent Julie Janae joining us tonight outside the courthouse. Great to see you, Julia. So what else do we know that the jury didn't hear about the victim's alleged behavior problems?
Well, Vinny, we have some new information on that front. There was a recent filing by the defense, a motion for the judge to reconsider all of his rulings in this case. And we've heard some of the things that the defense has tried to get in. It's almost like they've just been pushing this envelope, but there's a lot of stuff in the envelope that the judge says is not coming in this case. So in that motion to reconsider, there's a reference to some things that have happened since this incident, since the police got involved and since the Ferriter children were removed from their care. And they mention in that filing that is public now with the court that there's a facility that the child victim in this case, RF, is in and that or has been in after being Baker acted. That's something here in Florida that's a temporary institutional hold for someone who's exhibiting signs of being a danger to themselves or others. And that while he was in that facility, all of the objects were taken from the room and taken from him, any of his personal effects, because they didn't want him to cause any harm to himself. So similar, I'm sure the defense would want to argue in front of this jury to what was going on inside of that enclosure, inside of the Ferriter home. Here's a look at more of those listed behaviors that was in a letter that was filed early on in this case by another attorney who represented the defense early on, Nellie King. She wrote this trying to convince the judge that they had a misunderstanding. The court had a misunderstanding of this case, and it included an attack on a female relative, a sister, by fractured.
So this is stuff that didn't come in. So this whole Florida Baker acted thing, this is after the fact, right? And it's still like a thing of like, because I thought this had come up some. Oh wait, whoa, they're back. Hold on. Oh snap, they're back. Hold on. Oh, they could just be talking. The jury might not be back. They could just be talking. I'm glad I put that thing in my peripheral view because I don't know. I wonder if they're calling people back or something. They pan back into the people are sitting there. Bruh, imagine the thing is done already. If it's been, imagine it's less than an hour. I'm planning for the entire. I was planning for the entire day. Maybe it's just sometimes too when they have questions, they'll come back. So it could just be like a question, or maybe the jury wants to come and rewatch a testimony or something. I completely forgot what I was saying too. Let's see. If they come, usually when they come back really fast, that's bad, right? Like if it's really fast, bad for the defendant. Yeah, it's got to be bad. Usually. If they came really fast, faster than when I was on jury duty. It took us hours. I think it might have went into a second day when I was on. I think. They have no sound on, by the way, for now. Yeah, don't look too happy though, Tim. Yeah, Diggs. Yep. Thank you for the super chat. Says, "Oh snap, Timmy looks stressed." Yeah, he's not looking too chipper there. The what am I thinking of? The face, the stone cold face, the stoic face. He seems like looking very concerned and having a serious conversation, but I'd be surprised if he came back really fast though. Maybe it's just a question. Court TV. I can play it on the side. Let me see here. I can play it on the side and keep the screen open and keep listening till they come back.
Jury to what was going on.
Oh, so we were talking about the Baker Act stuff, right? That's just tough with trials, right? Because like they're just focusing on the box, the imprisonment, the CA, and so I guess they didn't want to let him bring it in because it's like that's after the fact. What does it have to do with what was done? And they're arguing too that they made the situation worse by doing that. But then you have the Florida law. Let's see.
Inside of that enclosure, inside of the Ferriter home. Here's a look at more of those listed behaviors that was in a letter that was filed early on in this case by another attorney who represented the defense early on, Nellie King. She wrote this trying to convince the judge that they had a misunderstanding. The court had a misunderstanding of this case, and it included an attack on a female relative, a sister, by fracturing her shoulder.
Wow, pushed so hard she fractured her shoulder.
Pushing her so hard that it fractured her shoulder. Also, in another instance, pushing her face into a marble windowsill, torturing animals.
I feel like that type of information too is something that would help the defense and make his case of like, I was truly afraid and in fear for my family. And that's why I came up with this crazy idea. Like that would actually have helped his case, I think.
It goes on to say that he also brought knives to school and drew pictures of artillery. That's something we really haven't heard in this trial. That he roams the house at night, terrorizing others. That he stole money out of a collection plate at church, and that he fantasizes about killing.
Yeah, those are the allegations we heard about.
People. But there have been times that the defense really tried to get in some of that information, even though they got an immediate objection from the state. Here's a listen to attorney Priya Murad attempting that on one of these instances.
At no point did the parents report that there was issues with the child hurting animals, correct?
To that doctor?
To Dr. Reichenbarger.
Right, to that doctor, no.
And I think that you mentioned that that was something that may have existed in this case, but isn't it true that the only issue that he ever had with an animal is when he overfed a dog?
No, he had been riding a bicycle and was riding the bicycle into the dog.
Okay, so he hit the dog with a bicycle.
So that was actually cross-examination. That was the state asking the defense expert witness whether or not there was actually this torturing of animals. So it seemed to take the sting out of what the defense was wanting to get in. Here's another instance, this time of the defense attorney, Priya Murad, talking about the stolen laptop that she said the child victim used to then look at some disturbing images.
He stole another student's laptop, hacked into it, and looked up women getting run over by trains.
Sustained.
That happened about 3 or 4 times in that moment, Vinny, and that's happened over and over again in this trial, this attempt to try and get more information in, but the court has said, no, this is psychiatric information, it's privilege, plus we don't want to get into too much of the bad character of the victim here.
How about the victim running away?
Yeah, that happened after he had been in Jupiter for about 2 months. So he had been in Florida for 2 months. That's when his family built him another box, so to speak, inside of the garage. And after 6 weeks there is when he left. We saw him on the video in the courtroom where his younger brother happened to open the door, and it seems like his parents didn't know, and that's when he was able to leave and never return. That's when police started investigating a missing persons case, and that eventually led them. Once they found the child victim, they were able to get his account. He let them know, hey, this is how I am living.
So Kathy Russo just posted jury question in. Okay. So I think it was a jury, I guess it was a jury question. Oh, okay, yeah, I just saw it. Thank you. All right. So it's just a question. I wonder what they're asking. So I was going to say, oof, that's quick. That is quick. I mean, the thing is, they have a lot of video that they can look over, right? Like at least 14 plus hours. I don't know if they're going to need to see it all, but I'm sure they're probably going to take some time and look at it.
I'm in this enclosure, and he also said he didn't feel like he was loved. They went back to the house to get more information from his family, and that's when they discovered that structure in the garage.
Julie, Janae, at the courthouse, I know we're going to speak some more. Stand by. I want to bring in our experts, Kerry Williams, Dr. Roger Rhodes, Dr. Carol Lieberman, and ask them, based upon some of this other information, this is information the jury's not going to consider, but we all can consider it. Does it change your opinion at all about this case, hearing some of the stuff here that the jury has not heard? Kerry Williams, I'll begin with you.
Those are very typical behaviors for children with reactive attachment disorder. I speak to hundreds of parents, and they report the same types of behaviors. I think what is really significant about what the reporter just said is that when the child is in residential treatment, they are isolating them in a room. They're taking away everything that they have. And you need to remember that this is also when they have staff people around. They have cameras. They have all sorts of tools. They have lots of things that parents do not have, and that is the best solution that they have. And that absolutely is the only solution that they have. I've seen that myself. And so we need to think about, why don't we have better solutions in RTF and then give those solutions to parents? But why are we expecting parents to have a better solution when?
That's really interesting. The defense should have had her testify. That could have helped them out a little bit. She's saying that that's the same thing they're using in these facilities. They're locking them up, kind of, like or isolating them, taking things away. They're putting cameras on them. And so she's like, even the system themselves, that's what they're doing. How do we expect parents to do a better job? That's the defense they should have had somebody like that testify, somebody that's actually dealt with and talked to. Just trying to look from the other side of like how they could have possibly made their case better, because I don't think they did a great job of trying to present his side. And she has a child with reactive attachment disorder, right? I think that's what she said. Her child's that. People saying, but they have toilets. Hey, that's some shit. They should have had her come in the defense.
Than what they have in residential treatment facilities.
Dr. Roger Rhodes?
Yes, sir.
So based upon some of this other information that the jury's not considering, does it change the equation for you at all about the circumstances that this family was in?
No, it reinforces what I believe. You know, there's a reason we don't operate on ourselves, because we are not licensed to do that, or that you operate on a relative. What's going on is the fact that they're trying to do what a residential treatment center with.
Listen, I don't condone the box thing, but to look at things, try to look at things objectively. That's an interesting point. If the treatment facilities are actually doing the same thing, it's like, and then what this lady was trying to argue is like they should have better care. They should actually increase or whatever, come up with a better solution than just isolating them and taking things away. So it's not like this lady's co-signing what the parents are doing, but she's somebody that actually has a child that actually deals with these kinds of kids all the time and is literally giving a perspective that nobody I've seen so far has given, that in some of these facilities, that's literally what they're doing. And so I don't know. That's interesting.
Qualified people and medically safe and liable can do well, and they have no business doing it.
Dr. Carol Lieberman?
Yes, it comes down to that yes, I know that they made some aborted attempts to get some kind of help, but they never followed through with anything. And yes, at the very, if they would have had to bring the child to a facility like that, that is, as they've been, your other guests have been saying, that is in combination with therapy. Yes, you want to take objects away from him that he could hurt himself with or hurt other people, but in the meantime, you're also giving him intensive therapy, and that's not what they were giving him. And he said, he ran away because he felt he wasn't loved. But at the same time, again, I go back to the fact that the jury is going to consider his wanting to forgive them. And that's going to be, there are lots of things against, that the parents did wrong. But if the son is going to forgive them, that's going to be something that the jury.
That's what I've been saying to the entire time, even though, she made the argument, and we've talked about it as well, that well, that's all he knows is those parents, and you'll probably always love your parents, just like Jeffrey Dahmer, the serial killer that chopped and mutilated and ate and cannibalized, and his father stood by his side and said, "I love you, son," and did all these interviews. So that's not too surprising in itself, but I think that we'll have, that's why I say I'm going that I think they're going to probably go for lesser charges, but you never know. I think lesser charges for the verdict. And I don't wonder this, I guess the sentencing the judge will do, I wonder if the judge will do that today, or if they're going to, or like some of those states that like they schedule it and do it another time.
Might be stuck on.
Dr. Roger Rhodes, what kind of life can this young man expect moving forward?
If he gets proper treatment, he's going to have a regular life, okay? That he's going to learn boundaries, and he's going to learn how to operate, and he's going to be, they're going to intensely focus him on his mental needs. And none of that's going to happen in the system he's in now.
Kerry Williams, what advice would you have for these parents now? Let's say they're found guilty or not guilty, but they're out and about and they're living their lives in a few years from now. What advice would you have for them?
If they're out and about with their child back with them, is that
not with not with the adopted child. He'll be out of the picture, but just trying to get back into life and attempting, my guess, to have some sort of relationship with your other three children.
Mm-hmm.
Later here.
So I think with kids like this, I think personally that this is probably too late for him to get intensive therapy. It's very difficult to get.
Really?
He should have gotten it years and years ago. So I think chances are that this child is going to have a very hard time going into adulthood. And I think that the parents, if all of these allegations of violence are true, the parents need to be on good terms with him. They need to try to have a positive relationship with them, even if it's fairly shallow, because they need to think about protecting themselves and they need to think about protecting their other children. And they need to think about practical ways that they might be able to help him at his age so that he can function in society. And, you know, he probably has missed school, I imagine, and things like that. So he's going to need help getting a job, getting very simple, basic things for a lot of us.
Oh, that was really interesting. That was a really good segment they did from Court TV. I'll put the link to the video in the description if you want to just watch it uninterrupted or go subscribe. Let me put that here. Boom. I think they had a really good panel, especially with just even somebody offering a different perspective, not just like an echo chamber there on the panel. I thought that was really good. All right, let me add this here. Why YouTube needs to verify it's me? It's me. I'm on screen. All right. Okay. Oh yeah. I gotta sign this thing too. Okay. So I don't know. Let's see what's next on the agenda. Kayla says, "Is this live footage?" I mean, I'm live right now. The Law and Crap. You're seeing Tim and the attorneys. That's live right now. So they're sitting in the courtroom. They just had a jury question. The Court TV segment that I was playing was from, I think, last night or a couple hours ago. But right now on the screen, this is all live. Theories are BS. No offense. Until you lived our hell, you have no idea. What do you mean our hell? Do you have like you've gone through some stuff with that? Looked up panda pants, pandas pants, pistol strip. All right. We could look at some. So here, I don't know if you guys want to do this next. We could do look up some Karen Reed videos, and then look at the Turtle Boy hearing yesterday. Maybe we could just get a little introduction. I see that she did an interview about a month ago, Karen Reed. And then there's a Court TV segment where they do a deep dive. We could do that and then watch the Turtle Boy hearing. See if I can find the hearing. Maybe we should get a little somewhat introduction to the story, even though it's not going to be everything, just to get our feet wet. If somebody could find me that hearing, one of the admins or something. I mean, unless you still want to keep doing turtle stuff, not turtle stuff, Tim stuff or Ronin stuff. I think I might have it here. Let me see. I know it was on Facebook. The verdict's not in. They just had a jury question. $14 ago. Let's see. Videos live. I don't know where it's at. Oh, here it is. I got it. 47 minutes. Okay. So let's see what you guys want to do. Oh, the countdown's not on the screen. My bad. Well, it is. It's. I gotta change the color. I fix that. Or I don't want to touch it really. As far as color, I don't want to reset it. I'll put that there, and I'll put the verdict countdown. Ah. Mama Bear, thank you for the 3 months. Says my son has pandas pans. This was my first thought when I started watching this case. It can't be treated. My son is back to himself. Pandas pans. When it's clear that a child's symptoms are linked to strep infection, like strep throat, it's called PANDAS. It stands for Pediatric Acute Onset of Neuropsychiatric Disorders Associated with Streptococcus. PANS is when the severe onset of OCD symptoms is linked to another infection. Oh. The PANS and PANDAS are infection-triggered autoimmune disorders, which can result in a multitude of neuropsychiatric symptoms, including OCD-like behaviors, tics, or restrictive eating in children and adolescents. Interesting. I never heard of that. I've heard of strep throat, but I never heard of like this PANS and PANDAS stuff. Is it unusual for sit in the courtroom and just wait? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, they probably have nothing better to do. The jury asked the question, so the camera panned back. But no, I don't think it's unusual. Let me see. Let me look up some other Tim stuff. If not, then we can talk about Karen Reed. I need to get that thing that Brandy sent me the other day, the picture thing. Or we could just cover a bunch of random stories. We could talk about Carly Russell yesterday. The Petitos, they had that hearing yesterday. Mama Bear, thank you for the super chat. Says, yes, it's autoimmune and encephalopathy. Oh, encephalopathy. I think that's how you say it. Encephalopathy. My son was from strep. It's terrifying. Wow. People get that all the time. All right, so I guess I should do a poll. We'll leave it to you guys what you want to do. And if I have to just make a choice, I will. Let me just look up Tim first real quick. Let's see. I feel like we've talked a lot about this case. Like, I don't know what else would there be to keep going over until we get a verdict, you know? Okay, local attorney. Let's check. We can pull this up. We can watch some short clips before I do the poll. Local attorney. Maybe that's it.
Today, a defense attorney not involved in the case is talking with WPBF 25 News about the complexities of this case. I want to turn to our Caleb Califano, who is in studio with a detailed look at just what we can expect in this trial, Caleb.
Well, a local defense attorney we spoke to says this will not be an easy case for the defense, not just because of the specific charges, including child abuse and false imprisonment, but they also had to flip the jurors' anticipated sympathy from the teenager.
And as far as the poll, which I'm going to end for now, it says how long for a verdict? 29% say 1 to 2 hours, 53% say 3 to 5 hours, 11% say 6 to 9 hours, and 6% say 10 plus hours. I hope it's not 10 plus hours. All right, let's do this. Start poll. Oh. 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 Is it it? Is that it? Oh, they're just maybe coming in, coming out. We're standing by for a jury question. Did they change their mind? Everyone here except judge. We believe the parties know the question. A piece of paper was handed to each side to review. It hasn't been read out loud. Court could be working logistics for evidence to review. Oh, they asked for IT. Yeah, I think it's just regarding the question.
I do have one. On the laptop itself. Hold on one second. Can you hold for a second? It would be on the inside.
Okay. Let's see here. I don't know if they're going to show this. Let me see. Ooh. Okay. So let me tell you about the options that I'm looking at. I'm just trying to find out where they're going to stream this.
Thank you. Thank you.
So there's a new trial that's supposed to be happening today. Opening statements start at 11 Eastern, which is in 30 minutes. Law and Crime is calling it bathtub murder trial. I can give you the details about that. I'm going to give you guys 4 options about what we can cover. I'm trying to find out if they're going to stream it on YouTube, because we could probably watch the opening statements and hang out and watch that. And there's an interrogation video as well that it's about 15 minutes that Law and Crime posted, so we could watch that. It looks kind of interesting. Let me give you a little bit of the backstory. So, Florida man accused of murdering wife, leaving her to die in a ritzy Orlando bathroom heads to trial. A 55-year-old man accused of murdering his wife inside their wealthy Orlando home heads to trial this week. David Trons told first responders he found his wife, Shanti, dead in a half-full bathtub. When detectives started investigating, they found the bathtub and her body completely dry. In a police interrogation, Trons told detectives how he allegedly found his wife on April 24, 2018. The water is half full. She is submerged partially. She's also partially not submerged. One of her legs is kind of sticking up and out a little bit, and it's just extremely awful. It doesn't look natural. Obviously, she fell or something happened. I tried to pick her up. I turned off the water. I tried to pick her up. She's stiff. It's hard to pick her up. And look, it's like a sack of potatoes. Later in the video, Torres explained to investigators that he pulled her body from the tub and into another room, stating, "I didn't know what to do." He told police he believed she slipped and fell and must have killed herself by falling. According to the autopsy, she had been strangled and died from blunt force trauma. Bruh, that's a hard one to try to get away with. During the same 8-hour interview, a police detective called Jonas out for his alleged lack of remorse. You're fake crying, or you fake cried for about 7 or 8 hours today. Damn, I want to see the full interrogation. Let me see. Let me do a little interrogation. See if somebody has it. Oh, there's a channel that posted it. Let's see. Damn, there's 3 parts of this thing. The first one is 3 hours. Deep dive true crime posted it. Oh, the mentor attorney. I think as long as we give credit, we can probably use this. You want that one? I'm trying to wonder how we proceed. I'll still do the poll, but I'm wondering how we proceed, because the interrogation is like, let me see, this is part 1. Let me get the other ones. David Trone's interrogation. Obsessive home renovation / double life. Ooh. I mean, the interrogation would be an easy way to kill time. No pun intended. Oh, somebody down the rabbit hole true crime. Is that Rabbit? Or that's somebody else? Somebody else posted the full 8 hours. Must be somebody else. Damn, they got another down the rabbit hole? No. They're gonna have to change their name. I'm sorry. All right, so we got the full 8 hours here. I think this channel has better audio. What is this person doing?
He doesn't eat. You are David, I believe. All right. I'm Detective Teresa Sprague, and this is Detective Barb McClelland. First of all, on behalf of the Atlanta Police Department, we want to say how sorry we are for.
I think we should watch this. The interrogation looks interesting. I'm trying to figure out which audio is better. Does it annoy you hearing all that? Like somebody has the microphone in a pocket and they're running.
Everything that we're going through. I know this is very.
I mean that one, or let me see this one.
I want to say 23rd.
I think this is way better.
It was a 10 out of 10. It ruptured. And
I could just increase the volume.
She sat at RMC for 10 hours with a ruptured appendix before they could get her.
I think I can make it better.
She's been in a lot of pain, and
Is that too much background noise?
Tell Jackson or her clients, but she thought, a couple of times that she would need to take a break, and definitely slow down, and definitely not add a whole lot more work.
So it's either the audio with a bunch of background, like the white noise, or there's one that like it's somebody going for a jog and recording. So I'm gonna do the poll right now. New trial opening statement. Open statement. Interrogation. The second one? Okay. Yeah, I'm going to show you guys. I was just trying to figure out first before I put it on. The interrogation. All right. It's up to you guys. I just put in the chat. Probably 50-50. That's the whole interrogation right there. It's 8 hours long. So at 11, they're going to start opening statements. I'm trying to find out. Maybe, sorry. Mandy, you're pretty good at that. I don't know if you're watching. At 11, if we can see, I don't know if we can find a link. I don't know if Long Crime is going to have it on YouTube or is it just only on their website. Let me type in this guy's name. I don't see anything. Damn, this is what the guy looks like. Check this out. How do I close this? David. Oh, they're coming back?
Court is back in session. The Honorable Judge Howard Coates presiding.
All right, good morning. Everyone may be seated. All right, I'm advised that the jury has apparently had a piece of evidence reviewed that was not in evidence. I don't know how that happens, but it apparently was the arrest of the defendant. So let me hear from, the victim. So how did this happen?
I don't know, but they put into evidence, Your Honor ruled that they could just put in a picture of him or like a showing what he looks like. And on the USB that they put into evidence is 2 files, one of which is labeled as Ronan's arrest. And then the other one also says he's going to be arrested, and they said that they published it. I don't think you guys even published this.
There's been no publishing of an exhibit where he was arrested. The victim?
What happened was we had a video when he was originally in school. We went sidebar. The court said we could play a trimmed version of it that just shows what he looked like at the time on that date.
That's right.
And we trimmed it. However, inadvertently, when the version that jump drive went into evidence, the longer version wasn't deleted out. So there was 2 files on there instead of just the one that says trimmed.
So how does that happen, Mr. Waheed? Isn't that on the defense? That was your exhibit. You were required and responsible for making sure that what was admitted in evidence and what was published was to be on that thumb drive. And now I'm hearing that they have seen something that was not admitted into evidence?
That is all correct, and it is our responsibility. I'll take responsibility for that. That was the day. That was the first day. It was a very, very busy day. As we moved through the day, it was completely inadvertent. I think I did the crosses for everybody that day, so I didn't really look at that evidence at the end of the day when we were trying to get it to Madam Clerk. So that was a mistake.
All right, Ms. Coakley, what's the state's?
I think it needs to be an instruction to the jury to disregard it, and it also is factually inaccurate what they had it characterized as, because he wasn't arrested. He was just detained and never arrested. So to indicate that he was, like, there was just police procedure that he was detained for a moment when in cuffs. There was no arrest here. So to indicate that he committed some type of crime for which he is arrested now, based on how they have labeled this, which they provided to the jury, is really problematic. And, you know, they had to play it without any sound. I had to play a video without any sound because unfortunately I advised that and we didn't send that back.
Well, to say that I'm displeased with this development would be a massive understatement. This trial is, we're in the 9th day. I rely on the attorneys to make sure that the evidence they submit, and based on my rulings, properly reflects what my rulings are and that the jury sees only what has been admitted into evidence. Let me hear your position, Mr. Waheed, on the state's request for limiting an instruction. I assume it's going to be something to the effect that, well, one, the exhibit's got to be corrected. The proper file has to be put on the thumb drive. Secondly, it would be an instruction that to the extent that they have seen documents or videos that were not received properly into evidence, they're to disregard that. And also, your concern is about the nomenclature of the file name, right?
She needs a mic.
Okay. Your response, Mr. Waheed.
Just to be clear, the right evidence is on the thumb drive. It's just that the untrimmed version was still left on it. So I just wanted
Well, how can you say that? If you say the right evidence is on the thumb drive and now I'm dealing with a situation where the jury's reviewed something that they were not supposed to have reviewed, which was not in evidence, then those two things don't mesh with me. I mean, either the pared down video is on it or an improper video that includes something more is on, right?
That's my point. That's all I'm trying to just
No,
say. So I
just
agree with the
admit
state.
you're wrong.
The longer version needs to be deleted. I also agree with the state that my recollection is the court's ruling was to play it without audio. So it would be something that doesn't go back to the jury that they would have to play out here without audio, just like one of the state exhibits. I also agree on a limiting instruction.
Okay. All right. So, Mark, I want you to retrieve the thumb drive that they were reviewing.
It has it.
Oh, you already have it?
Yeah, and the state's also asking for a factual stipulation because it creates what is on there, what they've seen is him getting handcuffed and led to a police car.
Oh boy.
And it's labeled as Roman's arrest, which is factually false. He was detained because he ran away.
Well, I thought that I heard Mr. Waheed not object to my limiting instruction where I would advise the jury that the victim was not arrested. He was just simply detained as part of the normal practice in dealing with runaways.
That's correct.
All right. You can go ahead and bring them out.
Give me a moment, Judge. We're just going to fix this.
Okay. Well, that doesn't need to wait. You can do that and not take up the time of the jury on that.
Here.
And we are waiting for the queuing up of the replay of Fiona Ferriter's testimony. Okay. All right, you may bring them out.
I want to have Fiona again. Bruh. I don't like how the guy, how the...
I didn't look for the additional USBs. I had a chance to do that at the defense sent back. I did look through the drive that they entered in this morning.
Well, I presume that when the evidence is going back and the state and the defense are looking at that's all being done. Are you telling me that you haven't?
BL, yes.
Okay.
Jury entering.
All right, guys. So once they do what they're going to do and the jury goes back, so everybody voted on the interrogation of the Florida man. The opening statements are happening in 15 minutes. The plan is
everyone may be seated.
We'll watch the opening statements and then interrogation. It looks interesting.
First order of business is that I did receive your request for the replay of the testimony of Fiona Ferriter. That is being queued up. It takes a while for our recording to get it queued up for proper replay to you. And so that's in the process. I don't expect it to be too much longer before that'll be queued up. The other thing is I'm advised that there was a video that was sent back to the jury room that was on one of the thumb drives that apparently was erroneously included on the thumb drive and should not have been something that the jury would have been permitted to view. So with respect to that particular video, I'm going to instruct you are to disregard it and not consider it at all in your deliberations. I'm also advised that the very file name of that particular file was erroneous, and to advise you it was erroneous in indicating an arrest. You need to know, and the parties have stipulated to the court, or agreed that the court could provide this information, that the child victim was never arrested in this matter, that what you saw was merely a detention as part of the normal process for dealing with runaways. So again, to the extent that reviewing the file name and seeing arrest was reviewed by you, you are also to disregard that. In an abundance of caution, I'm going to have all the videos on the thumb drives brought back out here. Have counsel review them one last time to make sure there's nothing on these videos that shouldn't be properly reviewed by you at this point, so that we don't have this problem again. While we're getting the testimony of Fiona Ferriter queued up, you can continue your deliberations. Before I let the jury go, is there anything that either the state or the defense wishes me to instruct the jury on at this point? Okay. All right. So that concludes my instruction on this. When you get back there, Mark, just collect all the videos so we can bring them back out. As soon as I'm comfortable that everything is on those videos that you are permitted to see, we'll send them back to you, and then you can continue your review. Thank you. And you may return to the jury room.
Man, what a mess.
All right, everyone may be seated. I'm going to remain on the bench till we get these videos back, and I'm going to personally monitor that each thumb drive is being reviewed and that both sides are in agreement that what goes back is proper for the jury to review. And again, I note that this should have been done before it ever had gone back, but let's make sure we don't have this situation arise again.
He's happy. He's like, yes, good job, we did it. So the jury was interested, and they had a question about a video. So the defense had some video that was edited and trimmed and had like jump cuts, meaning there's like jumps in between to different times.
As to when we expect the replay of Fiona Ferriter.
20 minutes. Damn, that's a long time. Wow, just to chop that shit. I already have it practically chopped up.
10 to 20. And they're pulling the replay directly from courtroom 10G, right?
Judge is not happy about this. I thought that they'd have this stuff ready to go. Like if when they said, "Oh, you need to see this, you need to see that," just ask us, we'll play it for you. I thought it was readily available to kind of go. I didn't think that they'd have to get like an editor and like chop it up and put it together type of stuff. So the jury, yeah, they wanted to see this particular part in the video where I guess they show Ronan being detained, or maybe it could look like being arrested, but they're saying their prosecution said that when he had run away, that was him being detained. But it looks like maybe he was being arrested, it could look like that. And so there was a question about that. And so they weren't supposed to include that video. That wasn't supposed to be in there. So to me too, like who knows what the jury's thinking? I'd almost, if they didn't understand what's going on, I'd almost be kind of side-eyeing, like, oh, why are they trying to hide this from me? what was this kid doing kind of thing. That's what I'll be looking at it as. So I don't know. So who knows? This could extend things for today. This is definitely like a setback. And it also kind of shows there, to me, I think, that the jury is wondering about Ronan and what happened. What's happened? His actions. What happened back then? What was that about? Kind of thing. So when he says they get the audio and video from the other room she was being questioned in. Who caught that? I mean, there was video that was given to them, and so when they had a question about it, they realized, I don't know if it was the judge or I'm sure it's the attorneys, they realized that that part of the video wasn't supposed to be submitted into evidence. It was supposed to be chopped and muted. And so they gave him parts of evidence that wasn't submitted. And so they viewed stuff that wasn't submitted. So that's why there's a whole problem with that.
Let's hear it. I can't believe that that's from 10G and not 11A because my voice is strong, which tells me it's from within here. We need to make sure that recording is taking the recording from 10G.
Oh. Got audio issues?
It sounds like it's coming from 11A.
The judge is saying that it sounds like it's coming from 11A, where they couldn't hear. Okay.
So what's the upshot?
But she's gonna try to straighten it out.
That was not 10G, what I just heard. That was 11A. And Mr. Waheed and Ms. Coakley, when you were in there in 11 or in 10G, both of you were able to hear her fine, correct?
Yes. And we both, when I was speaking, I was at the microphone. I was like at the podium, so it should have been
Loud. It should have been loud in 10G.
Right.
I don't think what they just queued up was 10G.
I agree with you. That sounds like from here. Your voice on that is really clear.
Yeah.
Coakley, you can't hear.
That's what I've been listening to the whole time too, like that kind of bad audio.
So at best, my voice should be a little bit lower because it's being piped into 10G, and everybody else's voices should be stronger. Danny, just make sure they're clear on the instruction because it sounds to me like they're confused.
Okay, I'll follow that.
They should, I know they have IT people, but they should really, a lot of these courtrooms, I know they have IT people, they should really, there's a lot of people that need jobs. They should take on some of these IT people or people that know how to audio and video, whatever, streaming. They should hire some of these people, you know, and help them out with this stuff. I know it seems like they have an IT department, but
Okay.
the bathtub murder, I'm gonna pause it. We're gonna wait till this happens. I have the video. Up. Thank you, Tina. This is gonna be priority, but
Okay, thank you.
once this stops, we'll start with the opening statements in the bathtub murder.
IT there, she's IT there at her desk. She said that that was the testimony from 10G.
recorded in 10G, not the testimony that was taken in 10G and recorded in 11A.
She said she understood what I was saying. So I think something with the Zoom, possibly, she was saying?
It should have zero effect because it's live testimony in 10G. Okay. Zoom should have zero effect on it. You're comfortable, they understand that we're looking for the recording of 10G, that recording for that courtroom, not the simultaneous recording in 11A at the same time.
I think so.
Okay. All right, so where are we with the review of the exhibits?
I'm just double checking the state's judge.
Okay.
There's a few more of them.
It's government, will never be logical working. They can hire a bunch of people, man. A lot of people need a job. Isn't it paid through the state or whatever?
Danny, can they just do a test of 10G? I mean, I know they have to go in and clean it, but just to do a sound check, you go into the 10G recording and just play it here so we can see if there's a difference without them doing the work they need to do, because I know they need to get it ready for queuing. I'm just concerned they're not working on the right recording.
I mean, the audio was pretty rough.
The judge would like me to do the sound check of the 10G recording. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a pretty big setback for today, it seems like. And so somebody was saying mistrial. Like, are they going to do one? The state, no. If it was the other way around and like the state had screwed up and the defense had found an opportunity where like, damn, this can make our guy look bad and that wasn't supposed to be submitted, I feel like they would do or probably go for a mistrial, but because it's not.
17. That is exactly what I wanted to do, the sound check and the video check for the jurors. Video is fine as far as distance. If you have any problem with sound, raise your hand so I can order things totally fine. All right, that's good. Just go keep my proceed.
All right, so let me.
I think you're a little soft spoken, so because we're dealing with these times, we're just going to try and you speak as loud as possible, if that's okay.
Okay.
So you said you're 17 years old?
Correct.
You're nervous about being here today?
Yeah.
All right, that's much better than what I heard the first time around.
Because they ended up fixing the audio, that's why.
Is it kind of embarrassing to be here and have to talk about these things?
A little bit, yeah.
You're nervous.
Ms. Goldman, I'm going to have your assistance make sure she does everything she can to project, because she does has a very soft voice and it's not coming. If I'm not hearing it, I know I'm hearing it. So, Ms. Barrett, as best you can, make sure you feel like you're shouting. Make sure you project, okay? You understand that, Neil? Yeah, I understand.
That's the recording we need because that's the loud one.
Wait, Ms. Goldman.
When you are nervous, I notice you giggle a little bit. Is that a nervous tick that you have?
Yes, I get nervous, so I do that.
I can hear her fine now.
Now,
Okay. So you're going to call back when it's ready or you're okay, do you know about how long? Sure. All right, thank you so much for your help. Okay. 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay, all right. But that was definitely the recording that.
She's saying the same thing.
I don't know. I could tell a difference in her voice. Big time. Did it sound like the same thing to you? It did not sound like. I agree. Yeah. Do we recall how long Fiona Ferriter's testimony was? 2 hours?
The second day, Your Honor, I was wanting
Damn.
to go to the second day. I think it was probably about an hour and a half.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Recording will be able to tell us when they start playing it, right?
Yeah, I'll
Yeah. Okay. All right, so I'll remain here. We're still waiting on the approval of the exhibits, and then it sounds like it's only 5 more minutes for the queuing.
Yeah, Pambone did.
Not like it was a duplicate, more or less. It's one of the state videos.
That was 17, right?
17 had been one US, but we correct on it.
Okay.
It is duplicates, another one.
What a mess.
And just so everybody knows, I received the question from the jury, can we hear Fiona's testimony? This question will be made a part of the record.
Judge, do you want us to make that a court exhibit or just put it in the file?
However you handle jury questions, you handle in that fashion. What do you normally do? Just make it part of the
I
file?
usually just make it part of the file.
That's all that needs to be done.
Oh boy. Brandy. Lord. You guys with this 50-50 poll all the time. I thought we were set on doing the interrogation, the Florida man. And now it's really, really close to Karen Reed and Turtle Boy. I mean, maybe that's good, I guess, in a way. Maybe we have a mixed, dynamic, inclusive crowd or something. I thought you decided what you want to do. Ooh. I mean, whatever we do, we'll start covering whatever other thing on the other day, next day, whatever, whenever.
Hopefully you're ready to call your next witness.
Yeah, Your Honor, at this time, Stephen calls Timothy Ferriter.
Okay, at this time I'm going to have the clerk report to you. You can go ahead and administer the oath to Ms. Ferriter. All right. Ms. Coakley, you may begin your convenience.
If I do, it's going to give feedback.
Ms. Coakley, I have not heard her last few answers. Let's do a mic test on her.
They're ready, Judge.
Coakley, are you ready to call your next witness?
Yeah, Your Honor, at this time, Stephen calls Timothy Ferriter.
Let me hear it just a little bit.
Okay, at this time I'm going to have the clerk report to you. If you could go ahead and administer the oath to Ms. Ferriter.
And the other thing, I turned it down really low, the audio. Ooh, they got a huddle going on. You guys think that was on purpose by the defense?
What she played the second time was loud. I could hear Fiona's voice. All right. So we're going to work with what we have. I mean, if they're telling me they're getting the recording directly from 10G, I have to accept that. And so if it's queued up, ready to play, ask what is the length of it so we can go ahead and bring the jurors out.
And is the jury going to want to watch?
It's got to be longer than that.
2 hours? The entire 2 hours? Everybody's saying yes.
Cut out stuff like objections and stuff, I think.
I think it's longer than 30 minutes.
Okay, so let's start with all right, so let's start with the third, get that played, then get 10 minutes, and then they can set up the fourth. I understand. All right, so let's, well, where are we with the exhibits? Because we have at least.
I was writing down all the different topics we want to cover. LAB, thank you. LB from Tennessee, thank you for the membership.
Taking care of what we need to take care of with respect to the evidence. All right, Mark, you can take that evidence back into the jury room and then bring the jurors out for the replay of a portion of the testimony at this point.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they want the entire testimony. But I don't know how long it is, an hour, hour and a half, 2 hours. Or they just want to listen to a certain specific part. No. That would be crazy, Luffy. That would be way too much. Veronica, thank you. Thank you for the 10 months playing catch up. What the defense did. They didn't edit a portion out of the video that they were supposed to edit out. That wasn't supposed to be submitted into evidence. And so the jury saw some of it, and the judge is pretty pissed. So now they have to go cut out part of the video.
It doesn't have the lesser for count 3. Take a look. This is the one that I'm told by the clerk they have. Come take a look at this. That's.
So this is a really big setback for today.
Just take a quick look at that, Mr. White. Yeah.
Hey, that's my Discord. Yeah, I gotta put streamer mode back on.
Well, that falls into the category I'm glad that I asked.
Shop server. Oh, that's cool. Beta phase. The defense did that. The defense screwed up. So I'm just waiting. I'm giving them a couple of minutes. I think, wait, where'd the poll go? Right here. I think based on what BL said, the polls are really close, but the interrogation Florida man is winning. Ooh, whoa. That's the audio.
All rise.
Oof, I thought this was bad.
Good morning. All right, everyone may be seated. All right, so first order of business is we do have the testimony of Fiona Ferriter queued up that was held on October 3rd. Her testimony was over 2 days. Once you hear the October 3rd testimony, It'll take about another 10 minutes for the recording room to queue up October 4th, and then I'll bring you back out here for the remaining part of that. The other thing is, I don't want to know anything about your deliberations or discussions at this point, but what I need to tell you is the verdict form you have in there needs to be destroyed. I need to send back another verdict form that is the proper verdict form for this case. So when I send that back, destroy the other one, throw it in the trash, or give it to my bailiff, and he can make sure that no one views it if you've written on it or anything. I don't want to know. But I am sending you back with a corrected verdict form, so you'll complete that as, in your collective unanimous determination, you need to complete it. But at this point, I don't know anything about the discussions and deliberations. I'm just simply informing you that a corrected verdict form is going to be sent back to the jury room, and that'll be as soon as you go back. Okay, so we're at the point where I'm going to go ahead and instruct recording to begin the replay of the testimony of Fiona Ferriter. The first part is about 30 minutes, I'm told, and then the second part is about an hour. So it's about an hour and a half of testimony. All right, Madam Clerk, you can go ahead and begin with the replay. And I can't vouch up front for the audio quality. We've been trying to work through that and making sure we're getting a recording from 10G, but it's the best that we are told that they can do through recording at this point. So you may proceed, Dana. And are you getting feedback?
So the question is, do you guys want to rewatch this and listen to this again, or want to do the interrogation? And I don't even know if the audio is good.
So we give you the feedback. So if I close
Could you please tell us how old you are? I'm 17. And what grade are you currently in? 12. Now, tell us a little bit about.
Let's go with that. I've not heard her last 2 answers. Let's do a mic test on her. That is acceptable, but I want to just get a sound check and a video check from the jurors. Video is fine as far as distance. And if you have any problem with the sound, raise your hand so I can do it as quickly as possible. All right, that's good. Ms. Coakley, you may proceed.
Fiona, I think you're a little soft-spoken, so because we're dealing with these mics, we're just going to try and you speak as loud as possible, if that's okay. Okay. So you said you're 17 years old? Correct. Nervous about being here today? Yeah. Is this a topic that you like to talk about? Nope. No. Is it kind of embarrassing to be here and have to talk about these things? A little bit, yeah. When you're nervous.
Ms. Coakley, I'm going to have your assistance make sure she does everything she can to project, because she has a very soft voice and it's not coming. If I'm not hearing it, I know my hearers are not hearing it. So, Ms. Ferriter, as best you can, even if you have to feel like you're shouting, make sure you project, okay? You understand anything?
Yeah, I understand.
All right. Go ahead, Ms. Coakley.
When you are nervous, I notice you giggle a little bit. Is that a nervous tick that you have?
Yes, I get nervous, so I do that a lot. Yeah.
Now, we're here to talk, you know what we're here to talk about, more or less?
Yes.
I want to talk a little bit about how your family was made up in January of 2022. So that's right when you moved back to Florida.
Okay.
Who was part of your family at that point?
So my parents, my sister, and my 2 brothers.
Okay. What were your parents' names?
Tim and Tracy.
And tell us about your siblings. What were their names?
Ronan and Noah and Pierce.
Okay. Who is the oldest sibling in your family?
I am the oldest.
Okay. Who's second?
That would be Red.
Yeah, I think you were telling us about the makeup of your family in December of 2022. I asked you, you said you lived with your 2 parents. What were their names?
Timothy and Tracy.
Okay. And you said that you lived with 3 siblings. Tell me the 3 siblings' names.
Ronan, Noah, Pierce. Yeah, Ronan, Noah, and Pierce.
And you said that you were the oldest sibling. What's the next sibling in the age order?
That would be Ronan.
And And then who comes next?
Nola.
And then who's the last?
Pierce.
How close in age are you to Rowan, approximately?
2 years.
Okay, so you're 2 years older?
Roughly.
Okay, so you're 17 now, almost 18?
Correct.
And so he's about 15, just turning 16 approximately?
16, yes.
Yeah, he just turned 16?
Yes.
And how far away is between Ronan and Nola in age? If you don't know, that's okay.
I'm not entirely sure.
Are you guys kind of relatively close in age?
Yeah, we're all relatively close.
Within a year or two of each other?
Correct.
Were you close in grades in school?
Correct, yes.
And how about Pierce? Is he close in age?
No.
Okay, how old is Pierce now? Approximately.
I want to guess 4.
Okay, so he's kind of, through much of this, was a smaller baby or a toddler?
Yes.
Okay, while you and your sister Nola and Ronan were much closer in age?
Yes, we were.
Okay. Were you originally born in the United States?
No.
Where were you born?
I was born in China.
Okay. How did you end up coming to the United States?
I was adopted.
Okay. And who were you adopted by?
Tim and Tracy.
Do you know how old you were when you were adopted?
No.
Were you a baby or a toddler?
I could walk, sort of, so maybe in between.
Okay. So a little though?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you know whether or not your brother Ronan was born in the United States?
Yeah, no, he wasn't born in the United States.
Do you know where he was born?
Vietnam.
Okay. Was he also adopted?
Yes.
Okay. What about Nola? Was she adopted?
No.
And Pierce, was he adopted?
No.
Now, you said that in January in 2022, everyone lived together. And where did you live? What city did you live in?
We lived in Jupiter.
Is that Palm Beach County?
Yes.
Now, growing up, at the time that you were living in Jupiter, maybe one before, who was kind of the rule maker for your parents?
Timothy, my dad.
Was Tracy involved in enforcing the rules or making the rules?
She helped support the rules.
Okay. But who was the one that dictated what the rules and what you had to follow?
Tim.
If you had a dispute or disagreement about a rule or whether or not it was fair, is that something that you could talk about with Tim?
Not exactly.
Okay. And why is that?
Because he would reason us out of it, or I just wouldn't be able to say anything.
Was he the disciplinarian in the house?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk about, you said in January of 2022 you guys lived in Florida. When did you come to Florida?
We moved roughly in December. I'm sorry, the years are a little confusing.
So I think we said January 2022 was when you were with your family, when you guys lived together as a family.
Correct.
Did you move that December right before?
Yeah, December previously.
Okay, so that would have been December of 2021?
Correct.
So the time frame that we're talking about, is that like 5 or 6 weeks?
Roughly.
That you lived in that house in Jupiter?
Yes.
Okay. And you moved to Florida. Where did you move from?
We moved from Arizona.
How long had you been in Arizona at that point?
Approximately 5 years.
Prior to Arizona, where did you live?
Florida.
So this was your second time coming back to Jupiter, Florida. I wanted to count something in the garage. What do you mean by that? What was in the garage?
They had a room built for Ronan.
Who had it built?
My parents.
Okay, so Tim and Tracy had that room specifically built into the garage?
Correct.
Is that room already there by the time you moved?
I don't remember.
Okay, but was it there at the very least shortly thereafter?
I saw it, at least.
And when we say that it's in the garage, was everyone else's room in the main house?
Correct, yes.
And Ronan was the only one that had to stay in the garage?
Yes.
Now, I want to show you what has already been marked as evidence and shown to the jury. There's some pictures of your home. Okay. And so I want to see if you recognize any of them. You mentioned that you had a bedroom. I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as evidence as states 7A and F. Just take a look at it and tell me if you recognize whose room that is.
Yeah, that's my room.
Okay. And now I'm going to show you what's been marked as evidence as states 5A through D. It's another bedroom in the home. So what bedroom is that?
That would be Nola's.
And then I'm going to show you what's been marked as evidence as states 4A through D. You might even flip because like one's a close-up. It's fine to do that.
Yeah.
You recognize what room that is.
Yeah, so this one's Pierce's room.
And we see some mattresses on the floor there. Is that how it was when you lived there? Were there mattresses on the floor in Pierce's room, or was there just a crib in there?
There was a lot of things in there. I can't remember specifically.
Is that a place where like Ronan slept?
No.
Okay, so just Pierce slept in there by himself?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as evidence in state 6. Tell me what that shows.
The bathroom.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as evidence in state 9. What does that show?
That's the garage.
And in state 9, you said that there was a structure built that your parents specifically built in the garage. Can you see it in that picture?
Yes, it's behind the racks.
Okay. Is that white building?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about that white structure that's in the garage.
Yeah, that little white box in there.
Let's talk about it. Did that have any windows?
No.
Did it have a lock from the outside?
Yes.
Did it have any access from in the garage to a bathroom?
No.
Okay. And did it have lights inside of it?
I can't remember.
Now, is that the room that Ronan has?
Yes.
Is that room, other than just sleeping times, did he spend time or was he put in that room?
Yes.
Was Ronan allowed to be in the house by himself?
No.
Was he allowed to walk freely through the house?
No.
Was he allowed to do something like watch TV in the living room?
Not alone.
Were you allowed to do that?
Yes.
Was your sister Nola allowed to do that?
Yes.
What about snacks? Was there food freely available to Ronan in the kitchen?
No.
Would he be allowed to go and take a snack out of the fridge?
No.
What about get a drink of water if he was thirsty? Is that something he would be allowed to do?
He could get maybe water if someone watched him.
Only if someone watched him?
Yes.
And only if he's out of the room?
Yes.
Were you allowed to take a snack if you were hungry?
Yes.
Was your sister Nola allowed to get a snack if you were hungry?
Yes.
Were there times that you would receive special treats, like, desserts or snacks?
Correct. Yeah.
What would happen in those instances? Would they be shared with all of your siblings?
There were usually rewards, and usually Nola and I would receive them. It wasn't often that Ty would also receive them.
Right. Are there some times that once in a while he would receive a reward?
Very rarely.
But were there times where you and Nola were getting a reward and Ty was not included?
Yes.
Having special treats, snacks?
Yeah.
Are there times through the, in this household growing up, were you someone who was observant of how your parents treated your other siblings?
Yes.
Did you watch and listen to things that were happening?
Yes.
Throughout your childhood?
I did.
Are you an observant person?
I would consider myself to be.
Did you ever see Ty or Ronan get punished?
Yes.
Was the type of punishment that Ty or Ronan got the same type of punishment that you or Nola would get for the same type of conduct?
No.
How was it different?
It was either more extreme or something completely different than what we would receive.
Were you ever locked in your room or prevented from leaving?
No.
Did you ever have to go to the bathroom only in a bucket?
No.
Were you ever required to be alone in your room in the dark?
No.
Were you and Nola allowed to have phones?
Yes.
Were you allowed to play games on your devices?
Yes.
Was Kai allowed to play games?
No. Not unsupervised.
Was he allowed to have a device?
No.
Now, you said that you saw Ty, through your time in Florida or Ronan, get punished. Did you ever see him get punished for little things?
Yes.
Like what?
For me, it'd be just not answering questions. Maybe he plays a little too rough with one of us, or he talks back.
When you say he wasn't answering questions, what do you mean?
Let's say he did something wrong and they asked him about it. He wouldn't say anything. He just wouldn't answer them.
And what would be the response to that?
If he didn't answer them to a certain point, he'd be sent to his room. Or if he did answer, he'd still be sent to his room.
When he's sent to his room, is he then allowed to leave?
No.
Is he locked in there?
Yes, he did leave. I don't know if he was locked all the time, but I know he wasn't allowed to leave.
Did you see both Tim and Tracy force him into the room? Make him go into the room?
I've heard both of them tell him to go to his room.
And did you see both Tim and Tracy involved in the punishment and discipline?
Can you be more specific?
Well, there's something that one person did or the other person did, but were they both?
They were both involved with the punishment.
Now, over time, growing up with your brother, did you notice him becoming less communicative?
Yes, he shut down.
Okay. Did you notice him over time, especially toward the end, become more withdrawn?
Yes.
Did he smile less?
Yes, definitely.
And that's something you noticed kind of as his sibling?
Yes.
Now I want to talk about specifically right now the time in Florida. What was your observation about kind of how often he was in the room?
How often he was in the room?
Yeah, did you see him around the house very often?
Not inside the house.
No.
More so outside.
Okay. Tell me about that. What would he be doing outside?
Yard work, moving the outdoor furniture.
So when he's outside, is it like that he has the opportunity to freely play?
No, it's not. It's not for entertainment.
Okay. What kind of yard work is he doing?
At the time we were moving in, so it was mostly moving supplies outside of the house.
Okay. Was there some yard work or landscaping involving shelves that he was required to do?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that you were required to do?
No.
And did you see him doing that?
Yes, I did see him in the shelves.
And you said that you would observe him outside. When he was told to go outside, did he have the free option of coming back into the house?
No.
How would that work?
So if he was put outside, one of them would know that he's outside. One of my parents would know he's outside, and then if he got done with the work, he'd come and wait for them to let him back inside.
Okay, would he be allowed to just come back in?
Not unless someone was watching him.
Okay. And are there times when he'd be locked out of being allowed back in the house?
Yes.
And then when he was let back in, would he then be able to relax around the house, or what would happen?
Not really. He'd either go to his room or just go somewhere to be monitored.
Okay. Now, in your house, did you eat meals with him regularly?
No.
Where would he be while you would be eating?
Most likely in his room.
And what about when you would get home from school? Would he be with you doing homework in the kitchen or the living room?
No, he did most of his homework in his room. I didn't see him very often.
You didn't see him very often out in around the house?
Around the house, yes.
Okay, so when you saw him, when he was home and you were home, for the most part, was he one of two places?
Yes.
And what are those two places?
Room or outside.
Were you allowed after school to come and go freely around the house?
Yes.
And your mom, was she around during those times of the day after school?
Yes.
She didn't work?
No.
Were there times that the defendant, Tim, in this case, was also around?
Yes.
In the house?
Yes.
Would he sometimes do stuff with either Pierce, you, or Nola? Like after school, would Tim or Tracy do things with you all after school occasionally?
We would eat meals. I can't do.
Okay, but with you when that happened?
Not often.
Now, when you say not often, was there 1 or 2 times that he was out and allowed to eat meals?
He was sometimes there. He was sometimes there.
Majority of the time he was there.
Not that enough that I can really recall.
Now, you, at that time, were you involved in any activities at school?
I was here in Florida. I was a part of the marching band and band in general.
There were some times that you had football games or things that were related to the marching band.
Yes.
Sometimes on those occasions did your brother come to the event?
Not that I can recall, but...
Where would he be during those?
If my parents were coming to the event, he might have been with them or he might have been at home.
Okay. And when he was left home alone, when your parents were at your event, was he allowed to be out freely in the house?
No.
So were there family events that you or Nola went to where your brother is left home alone at the house?
Yes.
Did you personally even get the opportunity to see him very often during those 6 weeks in Florida?
Very rarely, like passing outside maybe, or through the window.
Even when he was at home?
Yeah, so I would see him like maybe he's moving yard work, I'd see him through my window, or maybe he did briefly come in the house for food or whatnot.
Now, was there a time in Florida where your brother ran away?
Yes.
And do you remember that happening?
Yes.
Was it over a weekend?
I believe so.
Okay, and what, did you end up staying at, what kind of happened when he was gone? Where were your parents?
So, I was left home alone. I believe Tracy was with Nola at a softball tournament, and Tim was, as far as I know, not present in the house.
Okay, so he's out of town, Haiti?
Yes.
And you said Tracy left.
Yes.
Where did she go?
I believe she went with Nola to a softball tournament.
Was that like in Jupiter, around Palm Beach County, or was it out of town?
I don't remember.
Okay. But were you home alone?
Yes.
While your brother was missing?
Yes.
Were you allowed to let him back in the house?
No.
If he came?
No.
Now, I want to talk for a second about another time frame. And Your Honor, now would be the appropriate time to read that instruction.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I have an instruction on law that we get at this time. The evidence community from FF and YF concerning other crimes or acts allegedly committed by the defendants will be considered by you for the limited purpose of proving motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, or corroborating the testimony of EM, and you shall consider it only as it relates to those issues. However, the defendant is not on trial for a crime or right that is not included in the information. You cannot convict the defendant for an offense he is not charged with. Instead, you can only be convicted of the crime for which he is charged.
Now, I want to talk with you we talked about kind of the time frame in Florida. Prior to Florida, you said you lived in Arizona.
Correct.
Tell me about the house that you lived in Arizona. What city did you live in Arizona?
I lived in Tucson.
All right, tell me about the house you lived in.
It was a one-story house.
How many bedrooms did you have? Tell me about that.
So there were 4 bedrooms. And
when you first lived there, who were the bedrooms assigned to?
So when we first initially moved there, it was Ronan, Nola, and myself.
And then did your parents have
Yeah, they had their master's bedroom.
Okay. So you said your sister, your brother, and you each had an individual bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. And was your brother's bedroom inside the house?
We're talking about Ronan?
Ronan.
Yes.
Okay. Now, how old approximately are you when you kind of first moved to Arizona?
I just finished the 5th grade, so I don't know what that age frame is.
You're in about the 5th grade?
Yes.
And Ronan is younger than you?
Yes.
So he's in the 3rd or 4th grade?
Yes.
At that time?
Oh, wait, no, moving?
When you first got to
Yes, we had just, yes, sorry.
So is it right to say that he was probably in the 3rd or 4th grade?
Roughly.
At that point, elementary school?
Yes.
Okay, and Nola also in elementary
Yes.
Now, at that point, you said that he had his own room.
Yes.
That room, was it like an ordinary, regular room, or was there anything different about it?
No, it was basically a mirror of Nola's room.
Okay. Could he go and come freely in that room?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, was there any kind of lock placed on that room?
There was a latch.
Tell me about that.
There was a little latch attached to the top of the door frame. It had a little pin keyhole thing.
So tell me, what does that mean for the person that's inside the room?
He couldn't come out.
Okay, so it could be latched from the outside?
Yes.
Did you see that there were times when he had a room in the house that it would be latched from the outside and you'd be locked in that room? Would he be locked in that room in Arizona?
Yes.
Okay. Did that room have a bathroom?
No.
Now, is there at some point a time where he no longer had a room in the house?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
When our youngest brother Pierce was born, they had a room built into the garage.
Okay. Tell me about the room that was built in the garage.
No windows. It looked it had no windows. It had an AC unit, a bed, and sometimes a bucket, or sometimes his belongings were in there before they were taken out.
Tell me about that. Was there times, how would that happen?
So like, about the items in his room being taken out. If he got in trouble, if something happened, they would get moved out all the way out of his room, or if he had like decorations, when he would get upset, he would take them off the walls.
Right. And when you say they would take everything out of the room, what would be left in the room?
His bed and a small desk where he would do homework.
Now, you mentioned that the room was built into the garage. Was that house the same as the Florida house? Like, was it all on one level, or was it something different?
So the Arizona house?
The Arizona house.
It was all on floor. The garage just had steps going down to it, but it was all one level.
Now, that room in Arizona, did it have a bathroom attached to it?
The tide room?
Yeah.
No.
Did it have any windows?
No.
Did that room lock from the outside?
Yes.
Did that room have any kind of smell?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
It did not smell good.
How come?
He had his bucket in there, which he would use to go to the bathroom. And sometimes if he didn't have the bucket in there, it would just be on the floor.
Now, were there times in Arizona, like in Florida, where your brother would be in that room for long periods of time?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
It's roughly the same idea as the one here. When we did it in Florida, he got in trouble, get sent down to his room, but it's more of getting sent down to, more often he was getting sent to the room.
And then how long would he be in the room for? Would it be long periods of time?
It would be long periods of time. I can't say off the top of my head.
Are we talking like all day?
Can I just say there were some days that I didn't really see him that often?
Yes. And so if you didn't see him that often, was he like not at the house, or where was he?
He was in his room or again outside.
So
I'm just going to pause for 1 second to let you guys know what we're doing. We're going to listen to the Fiona testimony again because the jury's in there and the title of the video, like, we're here for this trial in Ronan, and that's why it kind of like, I know for the people that have been here since day one watching it, for us, it's like we're listening to it again, but I don't know, maybe there's more context with more understanding, better audio. I don't know. So after this testimony is done, whatever it's done, then we'll do the interrogation thing. The other thing with the interrogation / Florida thing, that interrogation is 8 hours. I can't do 8 hours on this stream. That would have to be its own stream. We could start watching it, like we could listen to the opening, we could start, but there's no way on a stream that's titled for something else we're gonna have 8 hours to commit to. I mean, unless they go for a very long time, I don't know. So yeah, we're gonna do this first. We can still do both, and then we'll do that after.
Was the situation in Arizona similar in that he spent a lot of time in the room by himself?
Yes.
If he wasn't in school, where was he most of the time?
Are we talking about in Arizona?
In Arizona.
In Arizona, outside doing yard work or in his room?
Now, we talked about in Florida, when he's outside doing yard work, he couldn't just come back in. Is that the same in Florida?
Yes.
What would happen? Like where, would he just stand outside or how would that work?
Yeah, so if he was doing yard work and he finished, he'd come stand outside and just wait, or one of them would go meet him outside. Because by them I mean my parents.
Okay. Was he allowed to just come back in himself?
No.
Would the door be locked?
I can't.
Okay, you don't know whether or not it was locked.
I don't know.
Okay, I don't want you to speculate. But was he allowed or freely able to come back in?
No, not without supervision.
Okay. Now, when he's outside, is he have under direct supervision there?
No, not all the time.
So he's just kind of out there by himself?
Yes.
And your parents, Tim and Tracy, are someplace else?
Yes.
Now, you said that was roughly around the time that your brother Pierce was born. Who ended up taking over your brother Ronan's room when Pierce was born?
Pierce took Ronan's room.
Okay, so that became the new baby's room.
Yes.
And you said that Pierce is now, how old did you think he was now? Around
4-ish, I want to say.
Okay. So was it approximately how many years do you think was the special room in Arizona? Just an estimate.
Oh, like
how long before you moved to Florida was he kept in that room?
So the one in Arizona?
The one in Arizona, before you came to Florida.
I'd say Pierce was roughly 2 when we got here, so maybe more than a year.
So approximately 2 years,
roughly. That he's been in a room. That's not in the main house.
Before you came to Florida.
Yes.
Okay. And how old were you when you came to Florida?
So moving from Arizona to Florida.
How old were you?
So, I'm sorry. I think I got confused. Wait.
It's okay, take your time.
Okay, so when we moved to Arizona, I had just finished the 5th grade, and then when we moved back, I was in the middle of my sophomore year.
Okay, so you were in high school.
Yes.
When you came back to Florida.
Yes.
And your brother was in middle school.
Yes.
Now, we talked a lot about your brother being in the room in Arizona. Were there times where you were concerned about whether or not your brother was getting food or being fed regularly?
Yes.
What would you do when that happened?
If I saw there was a plate for him, sometimes I'd be able to take it and just brought it down to him really quick. And otherwise, I really couldn't do anything.
And when you say you brought it down to him, where would you have to bring it down to?
To his room downstairs in the garage. This is Arizona, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so downstairs to his room there.
Are there times over the course of when you were living in Arizona that you ever saw your father, the defendant, be physically aggressive towards your brother?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
He would grab him by the back of the neck and just kind of haul him down to his room. That was the most common one that I saw.
Would you be able to see what was happening once they're down in the room?
Once they're in the room, no.
Would you be able to hear what is happening?
Yes.
Tell me what you heard.
I would hear him curse at him, yell at him.
And you saying I would hear him curse at him?
Sorry, I would hear Tim yell at Ronan.
And you would hear him curse at Ronan?
Yes.
Okay. What else would you hear?
I would hear the sound of contact, so like slapping or hitting or something. And then I'd also hear my brother scream.
Now, during these interactions, are they is Tim, the defendant in this case, rationally explaining or calmly explaining the change in behavior or what your brother did wrong?
No.
Is he angry?
Yes.
How can you tell that? What makes you think that he was angry?
It was really loud and it didn't really seem much like an explanation. It just felt like he was just shouting at him.
Was your brother in trouble with your parents or on punishment with your parents a lot of the time?
Yes.
Did it seem like he basically was always in trouble?
Yes.
Did it seem like even when he did things that were positive or appropriate, that was acknowledged?
Objection, speculation.
Based on what you saw? You just have to wait. I'm just telling the witness to wait before answering.
The objection was that blanket, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, that objection overruled.
Based on what you saw, when your brother was acting in the way that your parents wanted or doing positive things, was that acknowledged?
Briefly.
Okay. Did it lead to like a change in his circumstances or improvement in how he was treated?
Briefly.
Okay. And when you say briefly, what do you mean by that?
It maybe went for a week or so, and then something else happened. He did something else. He got himself in trouble, and it go back to the way it was.
Was the way that he got in trouble, to you, did it seem proportionate to what you knew he got in trouble for?
No.
Did it seem extreme?
Objection, relevance, her opinion.
Sorry, I didn't hear that objection.
It was relevant, Your Honor?
Relevance as to her opinion.
All right, overruled. Go ahead, Ms. Copeland.
You can answer that.
So can you repeat it?
Yeah. Did the punishment seem appropriate or proportional to what he was doing?
No. No.
Did the majority of the things that he was punished for, the minor types of things?
From what I saw, yes.
Now, I want to talk about how your perception of in both Florida and Arizona.
Okay.
Did you ever feel a time that you were unsafe around your brother?
Unsafe as to
physical harm.
Like him harming me?
Yeah.
No.
No. Did you at any time, did he ever threaten you or anything like that?
No.
Did you ever see him intentionally cause physical harm to any of your siblings?
No.
Or your parents?
No.
That's all the questions I have.
All right, that concludes the.
Oh my God!
The October 3rd, the October 4th is. Can you?
I spit it up.
That'll be fine.
We'll take a little break. Let me see.
Coakley, do we have the correct verdict form? Correct. Mark, can you let her in 10B to get the correct verdict form? 50, 51, so we'll likely start up about noontime.
We'll take a little break. Okay. So what's going on, right? Let me just turn on this background sound. So I guess they're going to take a 10-minute break. For the people that are watching, the jury wanted to re-listen to Fiona's testimony, which is the victim's sister, alleged victim. So the way they do it is they have the jury come back into the room and listen. They have to sit there and listen.
All right, so. All right, I'm going to step off then, because I wanted to give you the verdict form to take back there. I mean, if it's 5 minutes or so, I'll give them 15 minutes to eat lunch. All right, that's kind of what we'll do, because it's going to be an hour. Yeah, Ms. Coakley's going to give you the verdict form, so when you get that, you can just run that into the jury room, and then when they're done and ready to come out and review the video, as long as the audio is ready, just text me and I'll come. Yes, sir. Yep. And we've taken all the evidence back, so they have the correct evidence.
I don't know why too every day it's like the connection drops for no reason. Like a random drop in connection. It's really annoying because it breaks up the stream. So people want to rewind and see what happened today. They can't, and it won't get fixed until the stream is ended and it's done processing, and then it puts everything, patches it all together, which could take an hour or a couple hours. Today it's been kind of full. Well, I don't know if it's full, but it's had its technical problems with audio and the evidence that the defense was supposed to trim out and they didn't, and it just set everything back. Fiona's testimony does sound clear this time and louder. And they're not done with her testimony. I guess they're going to take like a 15-minute break or something and let them eat, and then they're going to come back and listen. And I'm thinking they might even request to listen to Ronan's, because I believe the order that it was in is the sister testified first and then Ronan testified after. So they still might ask for his as well. They might want to sit and listen through it. Yeah, 15 minutes is kind of like, I don't know why they're only getting 15 minutes to eat lunch. Yeah, I think that was just a state. They still got like about another hour left of that video to cross and maybe rebuttal. No problem, Stephanie. It's kind of weird because I know people wanted to watch. The people that have been watching this already, we already know. Like, we didn't need to really listen to that. But it is part of the trial, right? Like, this is what's actually happening. It's not like I'm pulling up a video of the old testimony. They're actually, even though we've listened to it, they're actually listening to it again in real time with the jury sitting in the courtroom. So, and I'm almost a little hesitant to start something like, I do want to do the interrogation and the Florida man story with the bathtub murder thing, but I would be constantly pausing. It would be all over the place. I almost feel like we should, that deserves its own stream probably. We could cover smaller stories, especially with the only being 15 minutes. And the audio on that thing for the... That's what it sounds like. I don't know what. Somebody has like the mic. They're like talking like this into the thing. Like.
First of all, thank you for your time and attention. Yes. Unduly influenced by the
Please. Lord Almighty. I think the audio is clear. I think it's better, the Fiona's testimony. I appreciate the people voting. I just had to make like a call so it's not all over the place, and I don't know, to stop and start and stop and start. In the meantime, Carly Russell. We could talk about Carly Russell. There's a bunch of little different things, honestly. Okay, Carly Russell, it's a brief update, but let's see which article is better. Here, this one has a picture of her. Okay, yeah, let's take a look at this article. So Carly Russell is the woman that faked being kidnapped, all right, and says she saw a white baby on the road. The story was pretty crazy at the time when we were covering it. A lot of people probably remember this. Carly Russell convicted of faking abduction. What happens next in the case? This is a current picture of them. That's Carly right here in the middle, side-eyeing. That's her attorney. A guilty verdict handed down by Hoover Municipal Judge on Wednesday in the false abduction of 26-year-old Carly Russell is not the end of the case that captured America's attention. Russell pleaded not guilty to misdemeanor charges of false reporting to law enforcement authorities and falsely reporting an incident. However, Municipal Judge Brad Bishop found her guilty based on the recommendation of the state's prosecutors. Bishop recommended 1 year in jail. Oh, no. And $17,874 in restitution. He also recommended 2 fines of $831 each. Russell, he's appealing it. Russell is appealing it. All right. Bishop explained that often defendants will appeal his verdict to Jefferson County Circuit Court to take their case to a jury trial. Russell, represented by attorneys Emery Anthony, Richard Jaffe, and Lucky Melad, is appealing to the circuit court. As of now, a date has not been set for a circuit court trial, and Anthony will decide how to proceed. I have 2 of the greatest lawyers with me, he said, and they will let me know. Let this thing go to jury. I don't understand. Why not just like you were wrong, you lied, take the L, apologize. I don't know. Will Russell serve time in jail? Anthony said Russell's legal team completely disagrees with jail time for a Class A misdemeanor, especially when it's Russell's first offense. So maybe that's why they're appealing. The lawyer said he believes the amount of restitution sounded fair given the resources expended during the search. If you can find where someone was put in jail for that, bring the file to me and I'll look at it. But generally, they're not put in jail. Maybe that's true. It was just egregious what she did, but having people search for a baby and stuff. Legislators say stronger penalties are needed because of the amount of time and resources that police, volunteers, and others can spend in response to a false kidnapping report. Senator April Weaver said in the news release that she is talking with prosecutors and law enforcement officials about a bill to make falsely reporting an abduction a felony. I'm down. Spoiled, entitled brat. Brat. Okay, let's see. I was looking for something. Oh, Mo. Oh, she sent it to me on Discord. Perfect. I think it was Discord. The other day, too, I was looking at this article, right? And I mentioned this, I think, yesterday on live stream. I don't know if it was on the main channel or the backup channel, but I had mentioned that I was scrolling the internet, the interwebs, and I saw a notification and it said Vladimir Putin is on his deathbed, right? It said homeboy's on his deathbed, and I mentioned it, and somebody in the chat was like, they've been hearing that for I don't know how many years. They believe it when they see it, and I laughed. And then my friend Flossie sent me a video, right? And the video she sent me, where's it at right here? Oh, she texted it to me. Wait, I think I sent it to myself already. I want to show you guys this. Okay, I guess I didn't. Let me send it to myself. Bear with me. Here it is. They made it seem this guy was struggling in some sort of intensive care ICU on a hospice, breathing machines. And then there's this video.
Powered cruise missile.
5 days ago.
Program unveiled in 2018 to develop intercontinental and hypersonic missiles. This is file video of the current Russian cruise missile. The latest version is known by NATO as the SCC-X9 Skyfall. Its nuclear propulsion allows for near unlimited range.
So they got some new nuclear missiles and stuff. They're improving and upgrading the limitless missile range
systems.
It can outmaneuver missile defense systems. It flies at a lower altitude to avoid detection.
Of outmaneuvering missile defense systems. Here's President Putin speaking on Thursday in Sochi.
Thursday? He's not on his deathbed.
I want to assure everyone that at the moment, the response from Russia to a nuclear strike on its territory is absolutely unacceptable for any potential aggressor. Because from the moment the enemy...
I was like, hell nah. And then Mo sent me this article today. I can find it. Vladimir Putin defies rumors of imminent death with surprise TV appearance. He's defied claims about imminent death after a sharp deterioration in his health following a rare and surprise appearance on camera. Telegram General SVR had speculated Russia's president could be seriously ill and predicted a body double would continue in power after he dies in order to hide his demise from ordinary Russians. But just hours later, the 71-year-old, whose own troops engaged in a bloody, brutal war with Ukraine, appeared on camera and hinted he could try to facilitate peace talks with Israel and Hamas in the ongoing conflict. He told international media this morning he said, well, why not? We have had very stable business relations with Israel. We've had friendly relations with Palestine for decades. Our friends know about this. Russia could, in my opinion, make a contribution for peace. Look at this guy. The guy's in war. And had all the issue with Ukraine. Wants to be the peace ambassador for Israel and Hamas and Palestine. What's going on outside? I almost want to go open my door and be like, yo, why does it keep getting all these notifications? Oh, somebody's moving. Jesus. No way. Mark Adams said, did you see Putin said if we support Israel in this, he will support Palestine? I mean, I guess that's not too shocking, right? Oh boy, this is getting crazy though. Marie. Could be old footage, JB said. AI gonna be everybody. I gotta be careful what I play as far as the Iran stuff, because YouTube will age restrict the stuff depending on what you're playing. And if it age restricts the live stream, it's going to kill any kind of algorithm. It's going to just suppress the video. So, I mean, I could play some stuff, but we got to be really careful. We've kind of been covering it on the backup channel. Izzy, thank you for the super chat. Says, hi, Mel. Random question. Do you think Tim loves his other children? He's like not affectionate at all hearing Fiona's voice, or his other kids have been brought up during the trial. It's weird as F. Do I think he loves his other children? Probably. It's probably likely. I wonder if his other children have any kind of thoughts or say. Well, the other child was really young, right? Biological child. I don't know how old the other child is, too. Probably. I mean, he probably has more an attachment to the bio kids. I don't know. Even though... Marie, so for all the people that are asking what happened, court to be posted about it. Boy in a box trial. Defense mishap. Jury sees mishap, right? Jury sees evidence they're not supposed to. Jurors mistakenly saw a video of the alleged victim handcuffed. No, BL, you can't go. Let's see what else we got. And worst come to worst, we could watch the opening statements for the Florida thing. I don't think the opening statements will be that long. The interrogation is more of a commitment. But we could do the interrogation separately, but I want to wait till they come back, because they're supposed to be coming back before we even think of starting it, because then we'll have to pause. Oh, JLR. That guy's, how's he in so many places at one time? He was at the border, Cavalcante, CrimeCon. I love standing outside the courthouse when defendants who are out on bond have to show up for court, you can breathe with them questions. Or you can berate them with questions. Put a camera in their face. Oh, yeah, up close. I have some questions for you. All right, let's see what else. What's trending in the world? Until Hamas. Ethan Klein is trending. Why? Oh, they're both Ethan Klein and Courting arguing on Twitter. They're going to war. Let's see. Hezbollah trending. Day of Jihad. Allah Akbar. Okay. State of Palestine. Damn, this is just Gaza under attack. This is one fly in my house that I can't get rid of. I'm about to get a fly swatter. Amy M says play his videos. Whose videos? Tammy Donaldson says, do you think the mother will take a plea deal? If she still has the option, because that's what I was wondering. I don't know if they offer them a plea deal, like her, since her trial hasn't started yet, would they offer her a plea deal? I think if they did offer her, depending on this outcome, maybe they'd offer her, so like, should have more time versus the father. It was offered 2 years. But I think that maybe they have less of a case on her than the father. The father seemed more aggressive. He's the one that had that thing built. He's the one with the cameras, even though the mother was in there too saying stuff, but I think the father was worse. Scott Wilson, thank you for the super chat. Says, does his wife have the same attorneys? I have no idea. Her trial hasn't started yet, but no idea. Annie T, thank you for the memberships. 5 memberships. One fly. What? Don't kill the fly. It's murder. All right, let's see what else. What's going on with Millie? Did his trial start already? No. Doxing truck drives around Harvard showing names of, let's see, showing names of photos of students who blamed Israel for Hamas attacks. Ooh, this is going crazy now. Let's see. A doxing truck driving on the campus of Harvard University with digital billboards that displays names and photos of students who allegedly signed a letter blaming Israel for Hamas's violent attacks that killed more than 1,200 people over the weekend. Giant video screens hung on the sides of the back of a truck display the words Harvard's leading anti-Semites, in Gothic script over a slideshow of Ivy Leaguers' headshots and names in bold red block letters, according to photos on social media. Nonprofit news watchdog Accuracy in Media was behind the truck, which showed the students involved in the 34 student groups that signed a letter saying Israel is entirely responsible for Hamas' deadly attack on Saturday. The truck's surprise appearance around campus on Wednesday was the first day of a multi-day, multi-pronged campaign involving multiple billboards and a variety of other tactics. The group deployed the truck because it's incredibly important to know who the hateful anti-Semites are in our society, and that it's important for people to know their actions have consequences. Man, so they got this big truck. Ooh. And they got their faces, names, everything plastered on that thing. Our mobile billboards will be at Harvard for the foreseeable future, he said, notating the accuracy in media never violates any laws. Photos of the truck shared on social media blocked out the names and photos of the students. The vehicle also displayed the website harvardhatesjews.com, which led to a form that encourages users to send emails of members of Harvard's Board of Trustees. Tell them to take action against these despicable, hateful students. It also offers a pre-written message to send the board, which reads, as an overseer at Harvard, you have a moral obligation to take a stand against anti-Semites on campus who issued a statement in support of Hamas, and urges these high-ranking staffers to expel these students and kick their organization off campus immediately. The truck has drawn fierce criticism on social media, including Harvard professor Jason, who condemned the letter but seemed to think the truck takes it too far. Two wrongs don't make a right. Publishing lists of students' names and personal information under the headings terrorist, genocidal, murderer, and anti-Semite is just wrong in any circumstance. That said, Gilead, anti-Semites who publicly sign anti-Semite proclamations shouldn't be surprised when people don't like what they said. If they're ashamed of what they've done, they should apologize and we'll take their names down. If they're proud, then they should thank us for amplifying their message. Be proud. Bill Ackman, a Harvard grad and hedge fund manager with a $3.5 billion net worth, was quick to call on his alma mater to release a list of the members of dozens of student groups involved in the letter. It's a long ass thing. How long does it go? Harvard has several anti-Israel clubs. I didn't know that. Well, the only thing with this topic, we're just brushing on it. We're not really going into it, but like you can't say no politics either, really, with this kind of topic. It's partly politics. I don't know, and religion and whatever else. Oh, this was an interesting story. It was Israel related. Let's see what we got online. 12:15. I thought they'd be back by now. They said 15 minutes. Oops, we made a mistake. We slipped in that audio and video. Forgot to take it out. Sorry, Judge. um, yeah, I'm wondering if we should listen to the opening statements. Well, I'm going to give it a minute or two. Maybe we'll just listen to opening statements. And we'll just have to pause when they come back. Hey, maybe we'll do that then. I don't know. They're taking longer than expected. I guess maybe they're just taking a actual lunch break. Let's see what happens if I do this. Oh, yeah, we can go full screen for now. All right, I guess we'll listen to this for a bit because what else we're gonna do? No. The Nancy Grace episode, I want to leave that for a separate thing. Wait, which Nancy Grace episode? There's one episode that I actually want to leave for a separate live stream on a different topic that I'd actually like to have it for. Well, it depends which one you're talking about. Did Nancy Grace do an episode on this? Do you have to join Patreon? Do you have a Patreon to join Discord? I don't have Patreon because I like to kind of keep things in one place. There is a YouTube members thing, but Discord you can join for free. There's a whole area that anybody is welcome to join. There's a members area too, but it's all you can just join up. All right, so for this, I guess we'll start this. So this is the opening, and the audio is horrible, so I'm going to try to adjust. But this is a Florida man accused of murdering his wife inside their wealthy Orlando home. Heads to trial. David Tronis told first responders he found his wife, Shanti Cooper Tronis, dead in a half-full bathtub back in April 2018. But when detectives started investigating, they found the bathtub and her body completely dry. Tronis was arrested 4 months after his wife's death for first-degree murder. Let me try to adjust.
Take will be for your own personal use, but leave them in the courtroom when you have breaks. Just leave them on the chair. They'll be there when you return. After we go for deliberations, you can take the notes with you, of course, after which your notes will be collected and destroyed. No one will ever read your notes. Whether you take notes or not, you should rely on your memory. The either way.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense ready to proceed.
Your Honor.
And state you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for your time and attention yesterday. I know it was a long day, and also thank everybody for coming back. We can't do this process without you, so we give you our sincere thanks. The evidence in this case will show that on or about April 24th of 2018, the defendant killed his wife, Shanti Cooper Tronis. You're going to hear from the medical examiner in this case, and he's going to tell you what the cause of death was. You're going to hear that Shanti Cooper Tronis was beaten to death and she was strangled. You're going to hear that she was hit with such a force that she had 2 fractures to her skull, and that her hyoid bone in her throat was broken as well. You're going to hear that her ear was pulled to the point of being torn, almost torn off. And you're going to see photos and hear evidence of multiple burst blood vessels known as TPI. It's a telltale sign of strangulation. And that's how Shanti Cooper Tronis died, at the hand of the devil. So how did we get to this point? Well, David Tronis and Shanti Cooper Tronis met online back in 2013. At the time, David Tronis was still living in Minnesota. Both were coming out of previous marriages, and they took to each other quickly. David Tronis moved to Florida to be with Shanti within the same year that they had met online. Now, David had a successful career in Minnesota. He'd saved a fair amount of money. And so when he moved to Florida, he was able to purchase a beautiful, large home in the Delaney Park area of Orlando. He paid cash for this home, about $600,000. And the house at the time was livable. It was an older house, but the plan was that he was going to purchase the house, they would live in the house, and then eventually do renovations and modernize and open up the home as they lived there. Now, when he purchased the home, it was purchased with a trust that included himself and his mother. Importantly, someone who was not included in that trust and in that ownership of the home was Shanti Cooper. So the Trones moved into the house along with Shanti's son Jackson, and at first the home was livable. Just got deeper and deeper into this, what would become a money pit. Now, you'll hear that from the time that David Trones moved to Florida, to Orlando, that he never worked the entire time. Meanwhile, you'll hear that Shanti worked almost nonstop. She had a financial and accounting consulting business, and she worked from sun up to sundown. You'll hear how hard of a worker she was and what she did to support her family. Now, so during this time, as she was the only source of income, and the defendant hadn't worked the entire time he was in Florida, that she was the sole breadwinner for the household and for the expenses. So while Shanti was working, and she largely worked from home, David would take care of the yard and the pool and the dogs. So in early 2017, David and Shanti were married. Also in early 2017, the real meat of the renovation, or ultimately destruction of the home, took place. It got to the point that the interior portion of the home, the living room, the kitchen, all of the main areas were completely gutted, unlivable, down to the studs. And you're going to hear in this case that at some point the destruction of the home became so complete that there was concerns about its structural soundness to even do continued work on it. Now you'll hear that during this time, as the house became progressively more and more unlivable, that caused an obvious tension in the relationship. You'll hear that David and Shanti would argue and bicker about the home and the construction and what was going on, and her not having any ownership in the home. You're going to hear that the home deteriorated to the point that there was only 2 livable spaces in the home. There was the upstairs bedroom, which sort of served as a 1-bedroom apartment that had its own bathroom, and in that bedroom, Shanti lived with her son Jackson, who had a bunk bed type bed up there.
You guys got saved. You got saved.
All right, Madam Clerk, do we have the playback queue?
Some people can't handle the audio. I listen to it on my phone. It's bad, but you can make out what they're saying. I mean, I listen to it without headphones on my phone. On my headphones on my computer doesn't. I hear a lot more like.
All right, so, Mr. White, are you ready for your cross-examination? Yes, that's right. All right, so you may proceed, sir. Thank you. How are you?
All right, let's go. Go with it. All right, you may bring the jurors out. And this is an hour. An hour. Okay.
So it's an hour.
50 cents.
Jury in line.
Okay. All rise. All right, everyone may be seated. All right, members of the jury, we have the October 4th testimony of Fiona Ferriter queued up. It's about 47 minutes of audio. So with that, Danny, you can go ahead and have recording begin playback.
All right, so, Mr. White, are you ready for your cross-examination? Yes, that's right. All right, so you may proceed, sir. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to boost it a little bit and decrease a little bit.
How are you?
I'm fine.
You might be nervous.
I'm just here to ask you some questions. If you don't understand anything I ask you, okay, I understand. Okay? Let's start with your brother's name. It's Ronan Ty Tan Ferriter, correct?
Yes.
So you've been calling him Ty, correct?
Yes.
So you just want to call him Ty when we're talking about it?
Ronan is fine.
Ronan is fine. All right. So let's go back to Arizona. So some of what you talked about yesterday was Arizona, and some of it was Florida. Arizona, you were there from approximately what year to what year that you remember?
Last around 5th grade, and then we came back in the middle of my sophomore year, so whatever time period that was.
Okay. So you're in 5th grade, you think you were about 10?
Roughly.
Okay. So, and then in sophomore year, how old were you?
I can't. Yeah.
Okay. So the Arizona years were about 4 or 5 years, something like that. All right. So you were there and then you came back to Florida, and the Florida time period was, you said, around mid-late December of 2021, and then in this case we're taking it up to the end of January of 2022. So in that time period, so that's about 6 weeks ago, correct?
Roughly.
Okay. So substantially more time in Arizona, obviously, than this last time in Florida.
Yes.
Let me ask you a little bit about your brother's medical situation. You never went to the many doctor visits that he went to, correct?
No.
But your parents went to those visits, correct?
I would assume yes.
You don't know how a parent went to a visit with a doctor?
I didn't really.
Okay. And you never obviously saw any of the medical reports that your parents saw, correct?
No.
Correct. Yesterday you said that your brother wasn't allowed to have certain snacks, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that he was, your parents were trying to curtail the sugary snacks in his diet, correct?
That's what they said.
Okay, so you're aware of that, right?
Yes.
Right. And you didn't go to any of the mental health visits that your brother was seen a therapist. You didn't go to those, correct?
When was this?
This would have been in Arizona.
If he was going to a therapist, I wasn't aware of that.
Okay, fair. Which would also mean you weren't aware of anything the therapist would have conveyed to the family in terms of Ronan's condition.
No.
Okay. So let's go back to the food snacks. Yesterday you said he was essentially not allowed to have food and snacks, but the other kids were, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that, did you think your brother at any point looked malnourished or in any way like he was getting too thin or anything like that?
Yes.
And when did you convey that to anybody?
I never said anything.
All right. And are you, you said that about the snacks, that you weren't allowed to have snacks. Isn't it true you do not know if, when he was hungry, that he actually ate snacks or not? You don't know that.
Sorry. Repeat that?
Sure. You're unaware that when Ronan was hungry, whether or not he actually ate a snack. You don't know that.
He wasn't allowed to get his own snacks.
You remember you spoke to somebody on the road back on February 1 of 2022, and Directing Board Counsel, page 15
You're at school, you have other things going on in your life, correct? And you're a pretty smart child. You like reading a lot, correct?
Yes.
And you spend a lot of your time in your room reading by yourself, didn't you?
Yes.
Let me talk to you about lights and motions. You were aware that Ronan had not been sleeping, right?
Yes.
And you talked about a few things yesterday. Some of them were in Arizona, some of them were in Arizona and Florida. You talked yesterday about your lack of contact with Ronan during those 6 weeks in Florida. Remember that?
Yes.
And reality is you were pretty busy doing homework or at school or at your sister's games during that time. And you didn't really have any reason to go to Ronan's room, correct?
Yes.
And you spent a lot of your time in your own room reading, correct?
Yes.
You also talked yesterday about Ronan not going to your events, and it was that you must be talking about in Arizona, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 3 pictures. Back in the approach. Just take a look at each. Tell me, do you recognize what those pictures are?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to mark each one for identification. Little number. The one I put a card on that says number 4, what is that picture of?
U of A Bandit.
I'm sorry, say that again?
U of A Bandit.
Okay. And the picture marked number 5, what is that a picture of?
A concert.
Okay. And the picture with the card number 6 on it, what is that a picture of?
Spelling bee.
Spelling. Okay. All right. And these are all events, your events, correct?
Yes.
Going to receive and accept defendant's exhibit 4 in evidence over objection. Court is going to sustain the objection as to exhibits 5 and 6. However, the defense is not precluded from using those documents for purposes of refreshing recollection. Mr. Wright, you clear on the court fully at this point?
I am.
All right, you may proceed.
So if you look at the picture where number 4 is, the card is number 4 there. What's that a picture of?
Arizona Bandit.
Okay. And do you remember?
All right, she needs to restate that. She needs to restate that answer because my hearing is not here. So just state the answer again.
As loud as you can speak, you know.
Arizona Bandit.
Better.
Arizona Bandit.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm gonna repeat the answer here every once in a while to make sure you agree or not agree. So you just said Arizona Band Day.
Yes.
And in that picture is you with the awesome hat, correct?
Yes.
And you're holding an instrument.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And what's that instrument?
A flute?
A flute. So that's what you play?
Yes.
You still play the flute?
When I want to.
Okay. And next to you in that picture is whom?
Directly next to me is my brother.
Which brother?
Ronan.
Okay. And in front of him is whom?
Pierce.
And next to Ronan
Nola.
is Noah. So that's all your siblings in that picture, correct?
Yes.
So they did attend, and Ronan did attend that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, already moved it into evidence, but it's my habit, so I'm moving 4 into evidence.
I've already received and accepted 4 in evidence and dealt with 5 and 6 already. The objections sustained, and you can use it for refreshing recollection. So, Madam Clerk, are you concerned with court's rulings on that? Okay, all right, good enough.
You recognize this picture?
Vaguely.
Okay. What do you remember it from?
It was a concert I did.
Okay. So you remember that you attended a concert and your brother Ronan was present, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then looking at 6, do you remember Ronan now attending your spelling bee?
I am.
Okay. Who's that? I can't even see it.
It looks like Brennan.
So do you recall him? Sorry. Do you recall him attending your spelling bee?
Yes.
Yesterday, you said that Ronan did not do his homework in the house, correct?
Not off. No. Yes.
Okay. And that would include in Arizona, correct?
Yes.
Showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 7. Do you recognize, what is that picture of?
Me doing my homework.
Okay. And how do you recognize that?
What do you mean?
You know it's you because it looks like you?
That's me.
Okay, I just wanted to make it sure. Okay, so that is a picture of you, and who else is in that picture?
There's Ronan in the background.
All right, and what's he doing?
Homework.
All right. At this point, Judge, I move defense 7 into evidence.
All right, so I've already heard sidebar arguments on this. Court's going to receive and accept defendant's Exhibit 7 in evidence over objections. You may continue, Ms. White.
Yes, Judge. Good evening, clerk. Do you have any time? So I don't lose track of that. Yesterday, you also said that Ronan was not allowed to attend family events. Do you recall saying that?
Not all the time.
All right. So he attended
Some family events.
some family events. Okay. And when he attended those family events, those would include trips outside when you know, to things that were like going to see like the Aerospace Museum, for example.
I don't recall the Aerospace Museum, but he would come sometimes.
Okay. Can we show you defense 8? Do you know what that's a picture of?
I don't remember this.
Okay. So who's in the picture? Anybody remember? remember the people in the picture?
Yes.
All right. Do you remember where this picture was taken?
No.
All right. Do you recall taking family hikes, which included Roman?
Yes.
And to Sabino Canyon?
Yes.
Do you recall your family, including Roman, spending time at the Tucson Hotel JW Marriott pool?
No.
Showing you what's been marked for identification as defense 10. Does that help refresh your recollection?
I don't remember this.
All right. Yesterday you said Ronan was not allowed to play outside, correct?
I believe I said not usually.
Okay. But you would be allowed to play outside, correct?
On occasion.
You would play outside in the backyard in Arizona, correct?
If you could call it a backyard.
All right, well, setting aside what you think of the backyard space.
Hold on a second, while we're getting noise from outside that's interfering with our ability to hear us, let that pass as a trend. All right, I'm going to ask you to restate the last question and give the witness a chance to restate your answer.
My last question, Fiona, was whether you recall Ronan playing outside in the backyard in Arizona.
Yes.
And he would play at times with the other kids in your family, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall all of you kids playing at a friend's house swimming pool in Arizona?
That's too general.
Okay. Well, a swimming pool in Arizona that was not your home, but the home of a family friend.
I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're asking.
Let me show you something and see if it helps you narrow down where I'm asking. Showing you what's been marked for identification is defense 12. Do you recognize that location and the people in that picture?
I recognize my siblings, but I don't recognize the person in the middle.
You don't I have to get a clearer answer from you. I heard you say you recognize...
I recognize my siblings, but I don't recognize the person in the middle between my brother and my sister.
Okay. And your brother, that's Ronan, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you're at a swimming pool, correct?
Yes.
Your house didn't have a swimming pool, right?
Which one, in Arizona?
Yes.
It did have a swimming pool.
Okay. Is that your house in Arizona swimming pool?
No.
All right. So so is it fair to say that there were times where you all went out together, including going to friends' houses?
At times, yes.
Do you recall going to Mount Lemon in Arizona with your brother Ronan?
Yes.
And that was like a family vacation day, correct?
Yes.
Was Ronan, did your family celebrate Ronan's birthdays?
Yes.
Celebrated his birthdays.
And by celebrate, how would they do that? Bring out a cake, everyone, family sitting around the table, that sort of thing?
Yeah.
I think there might be like 30 minutes left. I think. Or is it an hour? As we listen to the prosecution, we're listening to the defense.
Was involved in martial arts, correct?
The rebuttal.
Yes.
And your parents put all the kids, other than Pierce, who's very small, in some activities, correct?
Yes.
And you were involved in track at some point at basic?
I did not go to basic.
Okay. Did you ever do track?
Yes.
All right. Was Ronan doing track with you?
Where?
When you were doing track?
I did track in 2 places, here and in Arizona.
All right. Let's talk about Arizona. Did Ronan do track in Arizona?
Yes.
I know you didn't like track, so you didn't do track as long, correct?
No. Yes, well, yes, I do.
I don't like running either. Okay, so let me ask you about chores. So yesterday, do you remember you saying that Ronan would be outside moving shells?
Yes.
That's here in Florida, correct?
Correct.
And that was this current time in Florida from end of December of 21 to the end of January of 22, correct?
Yes.
And the house your parents moved into in Jupiter had in front of it a tree with a bunch of shells around it, correct?
Yes.
And they didn't want the shells, so there was an effort to remove the shells slowly and get rid of them, correct?
Yes.
And that's what you're talking about that Ronan was working on, correct?
Yes.
You had chores in the house too, didn't you?
Yes.
And so did Nola.
Yes.
And the types of chores that you and Nola had would be mostly inside the house, cleaning up, that sort of thing, correct?
Yes.
And the types of chores that your brother Ronan had were mostly outside things, right?
Yes.
So Ronan had posters in his room at some point, correct?
Yes.
In fact, your parents got those for him for Christmas, one of the Christmases, correct?
I don't remember.
Going to see if I can refresh your recollection of the statement you made on February 1, 2022. Referring Court of Counsel to page 24, line 13. Read it to yourself. When you're done reading that, let me know. So there were some posters that your parents got Roman for Christmas, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, Ronan shredded all of these posters, didn't
I did.
he? Ronan used to also have a dresser in his room in Arizona, correct?
He did.
And this dresser was taken out of the room, correct?
Yes.
And it was because he was ripping his clothes up when he got upset, correct?
Yes.
And the dresser was placed just outside of his room.
This is in Arizona, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So in late January of 22, Ronan had run away, correct?
Yes.
He had run away at least 2 times before that, correct?
Yes, but not here.
In Arizona?
Yes. I don't think it was. Yeah, no, it is here.
And your parents at some point had a family meeting, I think it was when he first ran away, and asked you all how you felt about him running away, correct?
I don't remember.
Referring Court of Counsel to the statement of February 1st, 22, page 32, line 16 to the end of the page. I'm going to give you this. Read from this line to the end of the page and tell me when you're done. So your parents had a family meeting the first time you ran away, and they asked you all how you felt about it.
Yes.
And your position was that
As to the answer or to the question? I overruled as to the answer and overruled as to the question as phrased. You may answer.
I'm going to ask this question.
The question was, what was her position?
No, yeah, the question was exactly what was your position about when they had those meetings, they asked you how you felt about it, what was your position? If you recall.
Let me be clear, I'm allowing her to state what her position was, not what she said. She could testify as to what her position was, and then not be hearsay, so I'm going to allow that.
Sorry, can you repeat what you're asking?
Yes. So I'm going to go back to the previous question where I asked you, they had meetings, when you first ran away, they asked you all how you felt about it. What was your position on that?
On him running away?
On how you felt about that? How did you feel about that? Him running away, yes. First time.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
You want me to ask the question again?
no, I heard you, I'm just trying to think.
Can we hear that? You need to have a reset.
She said, I heard the question, I'm just trying. And she stopped.
Okay.
I'm trying to think.
Trying to think.
Okay, all right, take your time.
I'm sorry. When he ran away, I wasn't really sure what to think. I was surprised, but also tried to understand why he would do it. I was worried, I guess, is my answer. I'm not sure I'm understanding the question, though.
All right. I'm going to move on. Is it fair to say that when he would be getting in trouble back then, around the time frame of Arizona, that you didn't often know why he was getting in trouble?
I didn't know the specifics of why he got in trouble.
Did you think at any point that he was being wild or energetic, anything like that?
He was hyper.
Okay. Did you ever notice it was very difficult to calm him down once he got going?
Yes.
Did you ever see your parents try to make efforts to calm him down with words?
Yes.
Yesterday you said that Ronan got in trouble and things would be taken away from him.
Yes.
Well, there were times you got in trouble with your parents, correct?
Yes.
And they would take things away from you, correct?
Yes.
Like your electronics, right?
Yes.
And Ronan had an iTouch and that got taken away at some point.
Yes.
And you're aware Ronan would steal from inside the home?
Yes.
You're aware at some point he stole other people's credit cards?
Yes.
He, in fact, stole your money at one point?
Yes.
And you and your sister did not do these same types of things, correct?
No.
You're aware that Ronan was asked to write sentences at some point?
Yes.
And the sentence was usually, I will not steal, correct?
That's one of them.
Another one was, I will not lie.
Also another one.
You talked about the house in Tucson. The address was it 4245 East Havasu Road?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what the layout of that house was?
Yes.
I'm going to show you something to.
Yeah, you tripping, Judy. It's kind of rough because most of us have listened to this already, and while you do pick up on more information, somewhat, still like, man. And then if they ask for Roden's testimony, I'm there for a while. The verdict. Well, it's not really a countdown. It's well, kind of is. Well, it's going up. It has to go up. It can't go down.
There was
Maybe I should put verdict timer.
you walk in the front entry, and you're in the living room, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a dining room to your left, a family room to your right, and the kitchen is at the back on the left.
Yes.
And then if you go to the left through a door, there's a bedroom, correct?
Yes.
Was that your bedroom? On the left?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. And then if you went opposite your bedroom, down some stairs, you get to the garage, correct?
So the way that was situated is my bedroom, there's a laundry room, downstairs is the garage, and then there's a bathroom.
The bathroom is in the hallway between the garage and your bedroom.
It's on the other end of my, so if I'm looking at my bedroom here, bathroom's on my right.
Okay. And the other 3 bedrooms were on the far opposite side of the house from your bedroom, correct?
Yes.
So you had to cross from your bedroom through the dining room, through the family room and living room, to the other 3 bedrooms on the other side of the house.
Yes.
And before Pierce was born, Ronan was in one of those rooms, correct?
Yes.
And so it's fair to say it was pretty far from your room in terms of the distance within that one house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's fair to say that Ronan moved into a room in the garage around the time that Pierce was born, right?
Yes.
One moment, Judge. I have no other questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. White. You can just go ahead and get ready, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may begin.
So, Fiona, I want to start with the layout of the house. When you talked about being able to hear some of the physical abuse that was happening.
Yes.
What room was Ronan in at that point?
In the garage.
Okay. So the location of your bedroom in the Arizona house as it related to the garage was close to the garage.
Yes.
And so you could hear the physical abuse when it was happening there.
Yes.
And did you in fact see an instance where he was pressed up against the wall?
Yes.
Okay. Were his feet on the ground when that happened?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did that incident scare you?
Yes.
What were you worried about?
That he was grabbing too tight, that something worse than just hurt might happen.
Okay, can you just say that a little louder?
Sorry, something worse would happen than just the grabbing.
Okay, worse like how?
Are you gonna? All right, stop. Let's have her restate that answer so the jury can hear it.
So what were you worried worse would happen?
Overall.
I was worried that one day, that he might accidentally.
Overruled.
That he would accidentally kill my mother.
And is that based on the physical force that you saw?
Yes.
And the level of anger and aggression you saw the defendant do towards your brother?
Yeah.
Is this emotional for you to talk about?
Yeah.
How come?
I don't want to think about my brother not being here. It's not fair.
Now, on cross-examination, the defense asked you about were there times you made use of efforts to calm your brother down with words. What were those efforts like?
Angry. Stern, not comforting at all.
Okay. Is that how he was talked to and treated by both your parents, Tim and Tracy?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yeah.
At the time that it was happening to you, did some of the, when you were living in the house, did you really understand whether or not what was happening to Ronan was wrong?
In Arizona?
Yeah, in Arizona.
I started having to...
Objection as to the foundation of the question.
Overruled.
Go ahead, just make sure you speak loudly, please.
So can you repeat it?
Yeah, at the time when it was happening, all these things are happening to your brother in Arizona. Did you understand that what was happening was wrong?
Yes.
Okay. Did it kind of, your understanding of what was happening as you got older, did that evolve?
It changed, yes.
Okay, how did it change?
It became more clear that... I'm sorry.
Take your time.
It kind of coalesced into like actual understanding of what was going on, so I could identify a word to go with it.
Okay, what's that word?
Abuse.
Now, we talked on cross-examination a little bit about some of the things that your brother did do with the family. What's the time period total that you lived in Arizona?
Again, I can't recall exactly, but I want to say like 5 years.
Okay, so over 5 or 6 years, were there times that he got to do stuff with your family?
Yes.
Over that 5 or 6 years, were there also times where he was left home alone in his room?
Yes.
And times when you guys would be gone for all day?
Yes.
And he would be left home alone in his room?
Yes.
So those pictures that you looked at, that the defense showed you, those are all events that he went to in Arizona, correct?
Yes.
And some of them are as long as 5 or 6 years ago.
Yes.
And you talked about, you saw that picture of him doing homework in the house with you. Is that in the house in Arizona?
Yes.
Is that a common occurrence?
Not all the time.
No. Was it rare for that type of thing to happen?
It would happen if someone had supervision, so I was there. I think. I don't remember exactly, but it wasn't. I'll just say it wasn't often.
Okay. So there are times, you're not saying that the stuff that happened was when he was in the room with every single day, every minute of the day.
No.
There were times when he was outside and allowed to play.
Yes.
But most of the time, where was he?
In his room or then outside.
Okay. Now, the defense asked you about, in Florida, were you reading in your room a lot?
Yes.
Okay. Do you still know what's going on in your house?
Vaguely, yes.
And you lived in the same house as your brother?
Yes.
And during the time in Florida, did you see him a lot?
Not often.
And is that because he's out of the house at school or something else?
Either at school or outside in the yard.
And then where's the only other place he was?
Room.
Now, you mentioned about how he was treated in Arizona. Was he treated the same way in Florida?
Objection.
Overruled as to that.
Regarding work, yes. He was outside and in his room a lot, roughly.
You talked about how when you observed your parents deal with him, that there was anger. Is that how, when they interacted with him, is that what you observed in the situation in Florida as well?
Anger or frustration.
Okay. Was there yelling at him?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
All right, and that concludes your testimony. You may step down. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the playback of the testimony of Fiona Ferriter. You may return to the jury room and continue your deliberations.
We did listen to Derek. That was the earlier special. That was the prosecution. Then it was the defense.
All right, everyone may be seated. Court will be in recess.
I stepped away for a second. I guess they were doing the rebuttal. It's interesting to hear, but like, you know, we've listened to it in real time. I haven't even posted on my backup channel. I was gonna post it, but like now I don't even feel like we need to post it. We listened to it so many times. When I was editing it, I listened to it while editing it too. But you know, sometimes you catch things that you don't hear the first time. And they were asking about the activities. Wasn't it like some type of karate, track, and if he was involved, like if he was active and part of those, and also mentioning birthday celebrations. Former Hamas leader calls for global day of jihad. What does jihad mean again? Just check this out. Let me play this real quick. I mean, all the other people get like everybody's getting a day and a month, right? So I guess terror, if that's what it is, they get their day too. I don't know what that means. Let's see. Jihad. I mean, since we're making days for everybody, right? Let's see. I want a day. I want a day too. Me too. Let's see. Let's see what's going on here.
And Alexis McAdams is following that in our newsroom. Hi, Alexis. Hi, Dana. Yeah, we're getting in that new video and some new information.
I know a lot of people are saying like, you know, this has been going on for a long time. It's the same thing. And I'm not expert, so I can't really comment on that. But this is like something that's growing and growing and growing and growing. And it's like to its boiling point.
Also,
which you could say it's been there many times before, but fix the volume. Here.
Alarming alert from a former leader of Hamas calling for a day of jihad on Friday, telling Muslims to take to the streets across the world and protest against Israel. Also telling people of neighboring countries to join the fight against Israel. Specifically, Dana asking Qatar, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, and Egypt, the people there, to stand up and fight back. So the man who's saying all of this is Khalid Mashal. He heads the Hamas diaspora office. He's actually in Qatar. He's been posting a lot, actually posting that audio and videotape just in the past few days. And he's also telling people to head to the squares and the streets of the Arab and Islamic world, saying we declare Friday, the Friday of the flood, as a day of general mobilization, in our Arab and Islamic worlds and among the free people of the world. So that's a statement that was coming in just a short time ago, saying it's a day to rally and support and offer aid to the people and participate actively. So we do see some of the areas here in New York City, Dana, which has such a large Jewish population, the largest outside of Israel, kind of trying to harden up those soft targets like some of the synagogues. And we've also seen the NYPD going to be all coming in full uniform tomorrow. Wow. And because of all these protests that they're calling for. So we'll have to see how it all plays out here.
Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't get violent, but you know, some people take things to the next level with violence. So yeah, tomorrow's going to be probably interesting. I guess there's going to be a huge protest. That might be something to stream. Hopefully they're done with this. I'm hoping they're done with this today and they make a decision today. Ooh, Friday the 13th. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of people that don't know about this trial.
Set to have access to.
Let's take a look at some of these updates.
And we are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us as we continue to bring you the latest on what is happening in Israel. Want to go right now to the White House briefing. It is just getting started. Let's listen right here on Live Now.
Jeff Zients, FBI Director Chris Wray, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, Principal Deputy National Security Advisor John Feiner, and Homeland Security Advisor Liz Sherwood Randall. The President, Vice President, and their national security teams discussed steps they are taking to safeguard the homeland and the people of the United States, including Jewish, Arab, and Muslim communities, following the Hamas terrorist attacks in Israel. We are in touch with faith leaders and communities across the country to provide support, listen to their concerns, and offer the full resources of the federal government during what is a very difficult time for many people in the Jewish community, but also for people.
A lot of tensions. U.S. warns Iran to stay out of Gaza conflict.
Of all faiths. As you all have seen, the president continues to be highly engaged on this subject. Between the briefing today and his meeting yesterday with Jewish community leaders, he and the entire Biden-Harris administration are committed to doing all we can to protect against anti-Semitism and other forms of hate in the aftermath of this weekend's horrific terrorist attacks. And to discuss these events and answer any of your questions, Admiral John Kirby is here from the National Security Council. Admiral.
Good afternoon, everybody. Just a couple small things here at the top. I'll start with the saddest of news. We can now update the number of Americans that we know have been killed to 27, and the number of unaccounted for stands today at 14. We're obviously doing everything we can to support and inform the families. Now, sadly, 5 more families have now gotten the worst possible news that any family can conceive of getting. And we're going to stay in touch with them as appropriate. Same goes for those family members of those who are unaccounted for. And by unaccounted for, we mean that. We don't know where they are. They don't know where they are. So we're going to obviously stay in touch with them as well. And certainly we're continuing to work with Israeli officials to make sure that...
This is live, but I rewinded it like 1 or 2 minutes, or maybe 4 minutes. This just happened, so I rewinded it so you can watch it from the beginning.
We're getting as much context and information as possible that we will share with them. Also, as you, I think, realize, we are all acutely aware of limited availability right now on commercial flights out of Israel and the demand signal by U.S. citizens who may want to depart. The president has asked his team to ensure that we are assisting U.S. citizens who do want to leave Israel and providing them with a safe means of doing that. So beginning tomorrow, the United States government will arrange charter flights to provide transportation from Israel to sites in Europe. They're still working through some of the details of that to assist U.S. citizens and their immediate family members who have, for whatever reason, not been able to provide commercial transit out of the country. And I would add that we're also exploring other options to expand the capacity of doing this, including exploring whether it's possible to help
27 Americans killed.
Help Americans leave by land and by sea. So again, we're working hard on this. We know there's a demand signal out there, and we're going to try the best we can to meet it. I would encourage any American citizen in the need of assistance to please complete the intake form that you can find on travel.state.gov. It's very simple. Go right to that site. There is an intake form. Fill it out. It helps the State Department process these requests. It also helps us get a sense of what the scope of the need is. And I would refer you to state on that. I'm sure you guys are going to ask me that. I don't have hard figures handy with me now. We do know there are certain American citizens that want to go. It's all available through the State Department's website, and I'd encourage them to go look at that.
All right. Okay.
Thanks for taking my question. Gaza's main power plant has run out of fuel, and the humanitarian situation there is becoming quite dire. I'm wondering if there have been any communications about allowing shipments of food, fuel, electricity to help lessen civilian casualties and suffering there.
Yes, there have been ongoing conversations with our Israeli counterparts about the need for continued flow of humanitarian assistance.
I had a couple of questions on the American hostages. Is it still the case that the administration doesn't know anything about the condition of the American hostages, and is the number still believed to be less than a handful?
Yes and yes.
And I know you've been pretty open about the fact that information about the hostages is very hard to ascertain at this moment. The limited information that you do have, is that coming namely from the Israelis and the Qataris, or is there another source of information that you'd be able to?
The families too. I mean, as I mentioned yesterday, some of these families actually saw their loved ones being abducted and taken away, so they have been a significant source of information as well.
Just one other quick thing. The assumption that the hostages may not necessarily be in one place, was there specific intelligence to point the administration to not make that assumption, or is that based on something else?
I won't speak about specific intelligence matters, but it is a common tactic in the Hamas playbook to break up hostages and move them around in sometimes small groups. So we have nothing that would indicate to us that they would follow a different set of protocols, but I can't stand here before you and prove to you that that is exactly what's happening. We have to, in order to think about our policy options, you have to make some assumptions, and we can't rule that out as a possibility.
Jewish audience question. Thank you, John. What is the status of the $6 billion that Iran was set to have access to?
It's still sitting in the Qatari bank, all of it, every dime of it.
Is there an agreement now to, in essence, withhold it from Iran should they come asking for it?
None of that money has been spent, and I have no updates to provide today.
Was a decision to reach a quiet understanding with Qatar about whether or not it would be accessed by Iran made because of the attack or political pressure in recent days?
I'm not going to talk about diplomatic conversations one way or another, Ed. What I can tell you is that every single dime of that money is still sitting in the Qatari bank. Not one dime of it has been spent. I'd also remind, because this, I in certain audiences, inconvenient facts are easy to forget. The regime was never going to see a dime of that money. And this account, although it's moved from South Korea to Qatar, was set up by the previous administration for this exact purpose. In fact, I think it was back in 2018, the former Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, actually talked in quite some detail about how this money in these accounts could only be used for humanitarian purposes and that there was going to be oversight. We've done nothing different. It is the same process. All we've done is move that funds from South Korea, where for some technical reasons it wasn't accessible, to Qatar, where it is more accessible. All that said, none of it has been accessed by the Iranian, by Iran at all. And even if they had accessed it, it wouldn't go to the regime. It would go to approved vendors that we approved to go buy food, medicine, and medical equipment, agricultural products, and ship it into Iran directly to the benefit of the Iranian people.
And let me ask you one other. Has the United States independently verified the photos released by the Israeli Prime Minister's Twitter account today showing the images of dead children?
I don't think we're going to be in the business of having to validate or approve those images. Are coming from the Prime Minister of Israel, and we have absolutely no reason to doubt their authenticity.
Jewish audience question, please. To follow up on these questions about the $6 billion, I understand Iran hasn't accessed any of this yet. It's intended for humanitarian purposes, but there have been reports of this quiet agreement. So yes or no, if Iran wanted to access this today, could they?
I'm not going to speculate one way or another here about future transactions. What I can tell you is none of it has been accessed, and we are watching every dime, as you would expect we would. We're watching it very, very closely.
So you're not going to still tap into it?
I'm not in a position to speak about these press reports. I'm telling you,
you're the press
guy talking, and we have oversight. we have oversight over what can be accessed and for what purposes.
And on another topic, the president said yesterday that he told Netanyahu that it's important, even with all of the emotion and anger and frustration, that they operate by the rules of war. Why does the president feel the need to underscore this point?
The president feels strongly about the law of armed conflict and the proper respect for innocent life anywhere in the world, no matter where it is. And that certainly includes, maybe even especially includes our own military operations.
But is the president worried that Israel may have already violated the rules of war, or that they might going forward?
It's just part of the conversations that we've been having with our Israeli counterparts about the prosecution of these military operations. The Palestinian people are likewise innocent civilians. They didn't ask Hamas to come in and do this, and I think it's always on the president's mind, the protection of civilian life.
And one last quick thing. I'm wondering what you made of the former president last night, calling the Israeli defense minister a jerk, saying that Hezbollah was really very smart.
I'm not going to comment about comments on the campaign trail. That's well beyond the pale for me.
Gotcha.
Thank you. Kirby, can you give us an update on the intelligence about Iran's role in this? Anything changing in terms of what you're seeing, what the U.S. assesses to be Iran's role?
No, I don't have any updates for you. We're still looking into this, but again, no direct evidence that Iran was a participant in these attacks in any way. But again, we're still monitoring it. We're still looking at it. And if I can go back, Mary, I'm not going to comment. I would just add that we take seriously our bilateral relationship with Israel. We don't get to decide, obviously, who their cabinet officials are. That wouldn't be our business. But we have strong relationships with them, and it's important now that those relationships continue to improve and grow, particularly in this time of crisis. And so we're focused on getting things done and supporting Israel. That's where our heads are.
Joey.
Yeah, thanks, Karine. Admiral, speaking of Iran, what did President Biden mean yesterday in his remarks when he said he, quote, made it clear to Iranians, be careful? What was that referring to?
It refers precisely to
nobody taking him serious.
His comments the day before about not wanting to see any third party, be it a terrorist group or a nation state, that might have hostile feelings towards Israel, that thinking that this might be a good time to take advantage of that and to widen and expand the conflict. Yeah. Very much in keeping with what he said the day before.
Well, was that message communicated to Iran, or?
The President of the United States said it publicly. I think that's pretty good communication.
Jewish audience question, please.
Thank you, Admiral. I just wondered if you could explain to us just about how the President came to say yesterday that he'd seen pictures of militants beheading children. Obviously, it's important to make sure that disinformation doesn't get out there. How did he end up saying that?
He's referring to images I think many of you have seen, certainly your colleagues have reported on, and obviously Israeli officials have spoken to as recently as today. We know that Secretary Blinken was also shown some additional images by Prime Minister Netanyahu. The thing I think, and just allow me a second here, we all need to be prepared for the fact that there's going to be additional gruesome images coming out.
Yeah.
And there's going to be some pretty tough reports for all of us to swallow. This is not over. And all that is, certainly the president's comments yesterday, to underscore the utter depravity and the barbaric nature with which these terrorists murdered and butchered innocent Israeli civilians. And that further underscores why, and this is what the president's specific point was yesterday, that we got to stay with Israel. We've got to continue to make sure they have the support that they need.
But has the president actually seen the photos? Yesterday there was...
A couple of follow-up questions actually to what Mary had been asking. Regarding the issue about abiding by the laws of war, Israel does continue to halt supplies of food, other aid materials to Gaza. So I'm wondering if the U.S. feels that is an appropriate action by the Israelis, and if you made any concerns about that to the Israeli government.
We are having conversations with Israeli officials officials about the continued need for humanitarian assistance for the Palestinian people who are victims here as well.
Does the U.S. see that as any sort of a violation of the laws?
I'm not going to stand up here and put a bumper sticker on it. We are having active conversations as we would anywhere around the world with their Israeli counterparts.
And regarding the former president's comments last night, setting aside the politics of it, do you have any concern that he may have revealed classified information as it relates to the death of Soleimani in 2020 in his comments last night?
I'm not in a position to comment on that right now.
Jackie.
Thank you, Karina. John, one quick one on the charter flights. Are those free of cost to American citizens?
I refer you to the State Department. Typically they are, but I mean, I don't have they're still working through the details of how they're going to coordinate these.
And then on the $6 billion, we know that 100 senators were told on Tuesday night that the plan was basically to leave any requests for withdrawals pending indefinitely. And now we know that House Democrats were told by the Deputy Treasury Secretary behind closed doors this morning pretty much the same, with one added layer that there's an agreement with Qatar not to let those funds be dispersed. Why is it that you won't come out and say that the U.S. does not intend to let this money go to Iran?
Jackie, we've always had, since the beginning, we've always had the ability to provide oversight over the disbursement of these funds. We've always had the option.
It's in? Damn, I almost have to go soon, too. Is it in, for real? Bro, the timing is just crazy. By the way, for those that are wondering, let's see. I don't know if people are coming back to the courtroom. Oh, yeah. It could be that, or maybe they're asking for Ronan's testimony. If they will ask her, I'm walking out. I'll leave the stream when I'm walking out. Done. No, actually, they have the right to do that. I'm just being kind of, Who was that lady, Diggs, that was giving those updates? We got Kathy Roos on, but there's another lady that's actually, I think, in the court. Oh, the verdict has been reached! Oh! I can't stand when you make that noise, and I'm done. I gotta stop the clock. Somebody once told me my friend's got a girlfriend and he hates that. He tells me every day. Oh, no, but my friend, you got away. I'm away, no way. Now, why don't you get a job? Ain't no way, no way. Okay. I'm just making sure everybody's awake. I like saying the actual word. My friend's got a girlfriend and he hates that bitch. You have to say it. I don't know. All right, the protein chips. Oh, wait. Oh, why is it doing that? Lord almighty. Oh, look at I'm all wrinkled and stuff. Lord almighty. All right, anyway. Look at the head, the wrinkles in the back of my head. All right. Oh, wait, where's the Oh, there we go. Oh. These are the protein chips. Protein chips. Wildy protein chips. 10 grams of protein. We got chicken breast, egg whites, and bone broth with Himalayan salt. It's actually pretty good. It's kind of pricey, though, but if you want like a healthy snack once in a while, it's good to munch on. Wow, we got a verdict, and we're here when we made it. Throw your hands. Oh, they're celebrating over here. Yeah, we got it. Yeah, we got the motherfucker. Yeah. I knew it. They're right in hell. Stop it, man. Diggs, why you delete that? Oh, you deleted the wrong one by accident. Thank you, Jen. Oh, I don't know they had ranch ones. A friend introduced me to this. Pretty good. Crispy chips crafted from antibiotic-free chicken breast and native tapioca starch. Savor freely, crunch wildly. No antibiotics. I wonder what it looks like before it's cooked, though. It's probably disgusting looking, right? It's pretty good. I think if you have a side with it, it's pretty good. I mean, you could easily eat it in one sitting, but let me tweet it out so they know. Verdict reached. Thank you, Ali. I'm away. I'm away. You grabbing the whiskey? I should have had something here. No, well, I can't anyway. I have to go pick the baby. When I come back, though. No way. You weren't a fan of it? Okay, let's do it. I mean, poll. Okay, putting in the poll. Putting in a poll. Oh. Everybody's coming back. These people were back faster for a question than they were for the verdict. So we got it. The poll that we did, the second poll that we ran, we got it right. Our guesstimates. My guesstimate. Ooh. That looks good. See, man. Let's see. No audio yet. Let me turn it up, though. Okay, no audio yet. Verdict time. They pretend. They like. I feel like they're putting on this, like, confidence, false confidence. I wonder who this guy behind him is. What happened to the priest? Somebody said there was a priest in there. Imagine he's not guilty. So the poll, I did a poll, by the way, for the people that are not really watching the chat. There's a chat in the poll if you want to chime in. So verdict. So the first one is guilty on all charges, 70%. That's meaning all the charges up front. Then guilty of all lesser charges. So like instead of aggravated child abuse, just regular child abuse. Guilty of some less charges, 11%, and not guilty, 1%. Damn. I saw somebody in the law and crime channel. They were saying free Tim, hashtag free Tim, not guilty. But there's some people out there that are, I guess, are in support. Who's the 1%? The defense went and voted. Tim voted. Oh, Amanda says that's his friend from Australia. Oh, he did testify. Good eyes. Okay, thank you, Amanda. He just handed his wallet over to his buddy. Okay. Oh, so he is there in support and solidarity. Love be the 1%. This is nothing wrong with discipline. You kids these days so soft. Crazy. Come on, let's get on with this. True. Why did he hand the wallet over to the buddy, not the wife? Oh. Ow. Kathy, thank you for the membership. Appreciate it. If you guys could subscribe. If you aren't already. Spam the chat. Spam it. Let it go, BL. Let him go crazy. For now. Just for now. Let him go crazy right now. Everybody's excited. I want to have a hard time reading it. Just go. I shouldn't say that, but it's probably going to get crazy. Oh, Lord. I can do a little slow, too, if it gets a little too fast. Pam says most jail cells are 6x9. Okay. I wish I could lip read. You ever seen the Seinfeld episode, the lip reading thing? That was pretty funny. Yeah, the wife's going to trial. There's no trial date set yet. All right, looks like they're ready. Come on, let's go, baby. Yeah, they're smiling too. They're smiling like they seem like confident. Thank you, Kathy. Whoa. BL's pissed off at me, probably. This bastard. I love you, BL. Daniel, thank you so much for the the membership. Come on, bro. Here we go.
Court is back in session. The Honorable Judge Howard Coates presiding.
All right, good afternoon. Everyone may be seated. All right, court is back in session on State versus Ferriter. Let me have appearances, please.
On behalf of the state, Brianna Coakley. On behalf of the state, Freedom Rod and Flora Walker. On behalf of Tim Ferriter, who is present.
All right. The court has been advised that the jury has reached a verdict. Are all sides ready to proceed? All right, Mark, you may bring the jurors out.
So the poll, most of us got a good guess. Y'all ready? Let's go. I really thought they were going to ask for Ronan's testimony. It's interesting they just wanted Fiona's. My guess was guilty of the lesser charges. But do I say all or some? Damn. I think lesser. Most people said all. Like the full charges of all. I'm going to say all lesser. I guess.
All rise.
Jury entering.
Choose. You got a pick. Don't be afraid. 2% say not guilty at all. Not guilty.
All right,
Y'all
everyone
cannot
may be
feel
seated.
me.
All right, members of the jury, has the jury selected a foreperson? And that's you, Mr. Bushy? All right, Mr. Bushy, has the jury reached a verdict in this matter? No, you can just tell me yes or no, has the jury reached a verdict? All right, if you could please hand the verdict to my courtroom deputy.
That's what he said, yes. Oh, maybe he was worried about him saying the answer.
Madam Clerk, please publish the verdict.
In the Circuit Court of the 15th Judicial Circuit, Criminal Division in and for Palm Beach County, Florida, case number 22 CF001136 BMB Division V. State of Florida versus Timothy Ferriter, defendant. Verdict. We, the jury, find as follows. As to count 1, we find the defendant guilty of aggravated child abuse as charged in the information. As to count 2, we find the defendant guilty of false imprisonment as charged in the information. As to count 3, we find the defendant guilty of neglect of a child as charged in the information. So we say all this 12th day of October 2023 in West Palm Beach,
You guys are
Florida,
right.
signed by the jury foreperson.
All right, does either side wish to have the jury polled?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, there's been a request to have the jury polled, and that simply means that each of you will be asked the question of whether the verdict is your verdict or not. If it is, you should only answer yes. If it is not, of course, you should answer no and nothing further. So, Madam Clerk, at this time, if you could please poll the jury.
Juror 1, were the verdicts as read your verdict? Juror 2, were the verdicts as read your verdicts?
Yes. Somebody says no.
Juror 3, were the verdicts as read your verdicts? Yes. Juror 4, were the verdicts as read your verdicts? Yes. Juror 5, were the verdicts as read your verdicts? Yes. Juror 6, were the verdicts as read your verdicts? Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time, this concludes your service to your community in this matter. I want to thank you for the time and commitment that you've made to this case. It went a lot longer than I'd originally estimated. But in any event, I watched all of you during the course of the trial. You did exactly what I had requested. You stayed focused and tuned into the evidence during all phases of the case. And I hope everyone has a much better appreciation of the great responsibility that comes with serving as a juror in our community. So with that, I do want to thank you. My bailiff will give you a letter of thanks from me. Also, a certificate of appreciation from the Palm Beach County Bar Association, and a short little survey that I'll just ask that you return it when you get some time. Other than that, I do wish the best to all of you, and with that, you're excused. And Mark, you may escort the jurors out.
So, what does the sentencing get done now? And a lot of times, the judge will offer them like, you guys can. I thought they can stay for the sentencing. Guilty, all charges. I thought they were going to get him on the lesser charge. They got him.
All right, everyone may be seated.
Got him.
All right, Ms. Coakley, anything that I need to address as far as adjudication in accordance with the verdict?
The state would he doesn't have a prior adjudication, but it is aggravated child abuse is a first-degree felony, so we'd request adjudication at this time. We'd also ask that he be remanded into custody at this time, pending sentencing.
Ms. Murad?
Your Honor, I would request that the court, as to him being remanded, he has been out of custody for 2 years without any issues or any violations of bond. If the court is inclined to remand him, my request is that the court put him on a monitor. He does have a place that he can live in Palm Beach County. He has no criminal record whatsoever, and he has no custody of any of the children.
Okay. All right. So the court, I'm going to adjudicate the defendant in accordance with the verdict, guilty of the charge of aggravated child abuse, guilty of the charge of false imprisonment, and guilty of neglect. At this time, I'm going to remand the defendant to the custody of the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Department. That's without prejudice for you to file any type of motion that you deem appropriate, Ms. Murad, for pretrial release or release during pending appeal This ruling today is without prejudice for me to receive that and consider that at the appropriate time. Let me get an idea as to what the state is looking for in terms of a sentencing hearing.
I can do it as soon as the defense can be ready. He is entitled to a PSI. I don't know what the defense's position is as to that.
I will waive PSI, Your Honor. This is a sentencing that I should be able to get done relatively quickly.
She cries.
Should the court have time in 2 or 3 weeks?
I'll make whatever time that I have to expedite sentencing if that's what both sides request.
That's fine, Your Honor. I won't need more than 20 or 30 minutes for my presentation.
All right, so Ms. Murad,
I would need an hour to hour and a half.
So I'm going to set aside 2 hours for sentencing, and Cynthia, let's pick a date on an afternoon for 2 hour setting.
So we'll definitely come back for that when they do it.
No earlier than 3 weeks out. That should be enough time for you to do what you have to do, Ms. Murad, but no more than 5 weeks. So in that 2 week period there, let's pick a 2 hour setting.
Thursday, November 16th.
November 16th.
All right, does that date work for everybody? November 16th for sentencing?
Yes.
For the state?
Your Honor, if I can just have 1 second to get to that. Yes, you said Thursday or a Monday?
Thursday, November 16th.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at October. So sorry. Yes, that is fine with the state.
All right, so the sentencing in this matter is set for Thursday, November 16th at, what was the time, 2:30? 1:30, 2 hours reserved.
1:30.
All right, anything else that the court needs to address before we adjourn?
No, Your Honor, we are going to need to do a status. I know Ms. Marshall is in here. We're going to need to do a status check because I don't think we have a future date on Ms. Ferriter.
Would we do it the same day as the sentencing?
That'd be fine, if you're good with that.
I might reach out to Ms. Marshall about having something
Mama's next.
having it next week so we can get.
Whenever you want to come in will be fine with me. The morning docket, as you know, is generally pretty heavy, so one more hearing is not going to make a huge difference. Okay. All right, so then that concludes the court's business today. I do want to thank both sides for a professionally presented case. We had a couple hiccups here and there, but over the course of an 8-day trial, that's to be expected. But thanks to both sides for the commendable job that each of you did. All right, thank you.
Zero bond, remanded zero bond.
Remanded zero bond, but that's without prejudice for a subsequent motion be filed. And if you have the orders on adjudication, I'll go ahead and sign those now.
Wow. Here he goes in handcuffs.
All right,
Mo,
so I'll
can we
remain
clip
here
this?
to sign the
Can we clip
the
the all
judgment
guilty and
adjudication.
handcuffs?
That'll be fine. So I'll remain on the bench because I have a long walk back to my courtroom, so it's better I just stay here.
Wow.
You can't. Thank you.
The third charge was like guilty. Damn. Yo, this guy had an opportunity of a 2-year plea deal and like 5 years of probation or something. Wow. Thanks for the super chat. Says we love BL, our mama mod, aka General. They don't have to. Thank you for the membership, Kathy. Thank you. BL 23 months says all good. You know I love you more. Thank you. Mandy L, you do the crime, you do the time. Dre, thank you for the super chat. Ali B from Tennessee says I think mom will flee the country. Yo, for the mother, bro, she got to be like freaking out. Like, damn, I'm next.
Well, is this the original or a copy? See, this. Yeah, if you could just make me a copy and you keep the original.
They fingerprint him.
Yeah.
Are they gonna put him in handcuffs? Wow. So I guess he didn't see this coming. And she's not gonna get a deal, huh? Probably not, right? That's what people were talking about. Did she get a deal? They're gonna offer her a deal. Damn, he had a 2-year deal opportunity. Oh my God. I wonder what's going through his head. Mustard Mama, thank you for the super chat. We likely didn't see all her footage. You know the prosecution saves them for that show. Probably, yeah. Yeah. That's it. Thank you for the 19 months. Don't forget to hit the like button and share. I mean, because with the 2 years, he could have got back to his life after. It would have sucked, but he could have came back and... I mean, he'd have a stain on his thing, but like, look, now this is even worse. Diggs, thank you for the super chat. It says hashtag felony for Faraday. Baba meet Bubba. Wow. Are they going to show him getting taken away? They muted it. Wow. I think I'm just going to leave the stream because I have to head out. I'm bringing my laptop, so if I have to cut it off, I can cut it off remotely. Oh, man. SW4x4, thank you for the super chat. Says 1 year in jail for every year the boy was in prison. Thank you, Mel, for covering the case. Smash the like button. That would be interesting if they do that. Thank you guys for being here with me for the whole. Oh my god! Oh no, I thought I saw somebody named Timothy Ferriter in the chat. I'm here. Dogs, Mom, thank you for the super chat. Don't look at the judge. He's an a-hole. You're guilty. All right, I'm just gonna leave it and I'll be back. Don't drop the soap piece of isht. Gina Misty, thank you, Mel. Okay, yeah, I'll be back. I'll have to watch on the phone.
All right, Ms. Coakley, I have the proposed judgment up here. This is the only document I need to sign today, correct?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Michelle. All right, Madam Clerk, here's the judgment. All right, that concludes the court's work today. Court is in recess.
So I indicated I no longer wanted to be involved in day-to-day management of cases of suspected child abuse because not being on site, I would not be able to provide the level of supervision and involvement which such activity requires. But I indicated a willingness to conform my practice to Harvard's rules where a certain number of hours per year would be given for academic work. And I maintained my association on the faculty in those terms until my wife and I moved full-time 2 years to the Western Massachusetts, where it's no longer possible for me to do that.
Between 2008 and 2019, the work you were putting in was more on the academic side. You were not actually involved in the trenches, if you will, on the day-to-day evaluation of suspected child abuse.
Yes.
Mr. Whitney,
Can you give us a preview of how much longer?
Yes, Your Honor. I think we're 3/4 of the way through.
Members of the jury, do we want to break now?
Oh, man.
No offense to the readers.
Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. Let's try to keep it to 10 to 15 minutes.
All rise.
Cut this thing down.